objectives is always objective number one is that this is really an opportunity for collective learning. We get to hear from each other and kind of expand the way we think about things. So that is continued to be a very important part of what we do together. Objective 2 and 3. Number 2 is, of course, we've been working in 3 focus areas this year. So we're going to further discuss them based on the work of the work groups. And we're going to focus on the 3 recommendations that have been developed and also give updates on where we're going with the other ideas that have been discussed throughout the year. And then objective 3 is now, as Paul just mentioned, we are at a point where it's really important for us to kind of think about the work that we've done to date and given the urgent conditions and where we are and start thinking about how we're looking into the work in 2026. So we're going to spend quite a bit of time today reflecting work done and thinking ahead into next year. And to do that, here's our meeting agenda. I think very important to say first that our lunch is going to be late today, so just wanted to make sure you're all aware. As we were developing the agenda, thinking about all the different topics, so hard to fit all this really important discussion into one day of conversation. So late lunch, just wanted to point that out. Also, in the meetings that we've had this year, there was a request to have a presentation on water rights. And so we did not add it to our meeting agenda, but we are planning to have a special meeting where DRIP members are invited to come, and we'll have a special session just on that in either later this year or in early January. So just to point out what looks different about the agenda. The morning is going to be really focused on, as we've done in the past, kind of recap the work that we've done, thinking about the 2024 recommendations and any updates and accomplishments related to that, and also hear from you to weigh in. We'll start with the 2024 communication topic that we're continuing to develop. And for 2025, we have the water infrastructure and planning focus area. After lunch, we'll focus on the other 2 areas, reducing ecosystem impacts and land use planning for drought resiliency. And we have little more than an hour just really thinking through what next year will be the focus for the DRIP Collaborative. So that's our agenda. And just to note, meeting materials, you have the agenda, you have the 2024 recommendation progress. We also included a summary of all the ideas and recommendations from 24 and 25, just as a reference for you. We also have the summary, the templates for the 3 recommendations, so you can reference that, and an evaluation form. And I'm going to try really hard at the end of the day to remind you to use the evaluation form, not just feedback on the meeting, but also any thoughts that you have to inform our planning for next year. So that's our plan. And with that, we'll do the roll call. Quorum is 14. So I'll just call if you can just let us know you're here. And then we'll just take a few minutes to do introductions with new participants who are joining us today. But let's do the roll call first. Alvar Escrivabu, Anna Schiller, Caitlin Leventhal, Carolina Hernandez, not yet, Emily Rooney, Jason Colombini, Joshua Kale, Karen Mogus, Laura Ramis, Lorena Munoz, Maria Gallego Herrera, Natalie Kuffel, Reggie Collins, Paul Goslin, Sierra Ryan, Tammy McVeigh, not yet, Tiffany Tran, Tim Worley, Virginia Jameson. Great. Thank you for being here. I think we have 17, so we're with quorum. Some of the members listed here were unable to join today, and hoping that Suzanne is feeling better. She was supposed to be here, and she's joining us remotely. So we'll get to hear from you, Suzanne, during public comment today. All right. So with that, just to do some introduction, I'd like to invite Tiffany to just say hello and tell us a little bit about the work you do.
Hi there, I'm Tiffany Tran. I live here in Sacramento, and I'm with CUA, California Urban Water Agency, subbing in for Katie Ruby, who has a beautiful 1-month baby girl, and spending time with her. I work also with Brown and Caldwell, so working directly with local water agencies, but in my CUA capacity, we represent, the 11 biggest water agencies, which I'm sure you're very familiar. It's the same organization as Katie Ruby, so looking forward to learning more about what you guys have been talking about and participating today.
Terrific. Thanks for joining us today. Maria?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Maria Gallegos Herrera, and I serve as the Director of Environmental Services at RCAC, Rural Community Assistance Corporation. I live in Visalia, grew up in the San Joaquin Valley and Fresno and Tulare counties, in really small rural communities that experienced water challenges, including some that were impacted during the last historic drought. You all probably know a lot about RCAC, but we work with rural and indigenous communities to help them build, maintain, and operate and/or finance their water, wastewater, and solid waste systems. We do some work with private domestic well owners, and we also have a loan program to help domestic well owners who need financing to replace their well. Really excited to be back in the space. I've spent about 18 years in public service, most of those working with rural and indigenous communities on water and wastewater issues.
Thanks for being here. Karen, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Karen Mogus, Chief Deputy Director at the State Water Board, here on behalf of Joaquin Esquivel, our board chair, and really excited to have an opportunity to listen in on this group. I will likely start participating much more frequently in addition to Joaquin, and so look forward to more discussion. I've spent my entire career basically at the water boards, early on at the Central Valley Board. I worked on CalFed, for those of you who have been around for a long time, that'll be familiar, and the Central Valley Drinking Water Policy, and then have been at the State Board since 2009, working on in a variety of capacities. My current portfolio includes our Division of Financial Assistance and the coordination with our SAFER program and getting solutions to drinking water systems that are failing for one reason or another. So this is an important collaborative that I think can help us advance our goals in that regard. So look forward to the discussion.
Terrific. Thank you. Joshua?
Hi, my name is Josh Cahill. I'm the Water Program Manager for the Yurok Tribe Environmental Department. My office is responsible for monitoring water quality in the Klamath River main stem and water quantity and water quality in the tributaries and wetlands of the lower Klamath River. Thank you for the invite to be here. I'm here because a lot of Yurok tribal communities have been impacted by drought. First off, the Klamath River water and salmon runs are central nuclei for the livelihood and culture of the Yurok tribe. And a lot of tribal communities rely on drawing surface water for their drinking water. And for the first time in human history, some of those tributaries are running dry. So in summer months, starting in 2021, I started volunteering after work to deliver drinking water to people's drinking water sources that had run dry. So thank you for the invitation to be here.
Thanks for being here. Okay, and then we have Lorena.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lorena Munoz. I'm a policy advocate with Community Water Center. Community Water Center has been around for almost 20 years, helping build a movement for community-driven water solutions. I'm subbing for normally Kelsey Hilton, who is normally here, but I'm excited to be here in her place. My work as a policy advocate has been focusing on land transition and drought resiliency and tracking that in Central Valley and the Central Coast, where a lot of our community partners live. So yeah, I'm excited to be here with you all, hear from everyone's expertise, and be part of this discussion.
Great, thank you. Is there anyone who didn't get acknowledged, or oh, we have someone else joining. Would you like to just do a quick introduction?
Good morning, Katie Landau with Kelly PA. I'm here on behalf of Anna Mark.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. And just before we move forward, just want to introduce the development team. We have Zoe Canavas, there she is, and Julie Ekstrom, and Glenn Lowe, and Anthony Navasera. So just want all of you to I just want to acknowledge that a lot of work has gone into all the various meetings, a lot of thought process and strategizing, and really appreciate being part of the team. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Glenn. As we usually do, we start with a recap of work to date and how that inform next year.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Excited to have you here. We know your time is incredibly precious. We've tried to design this entire day to really foster that collaboration that's so critical to addressing a systemic issue like drought. So thank you all for being here. As always, I'd like to set the stage in terms of the content and the process that we're about to embark on. A particular welcome to those who are new participants. Like I've said to a few of you, we kind of have a tradition of trying to pull all the voices into the room. So feel free to jump in. You might not feel like you have as much context as some other people, but we really welcome you to comment. So where I'm going to start is where we last left off. It's kind of what we last saw. This was July 18th. We had a meeting here in this room. The main focus of it was to apply what we were calling pathways. And what we mean by pathways is this question of what role does DRIP play? And we discussed inform, complement, and lead. 3 distinctions that help figure out how does DRIP work with other groups outside of this room. We applied that to 8 or 9 rough ideas. Those 8 to 9 ideas were in 3 focus area categories: ecosystem impact, land use planning, and water infrastructure. For those who might remember who are here, the bulk of it was an afternoon discussion where we were in 3 different breakout sessions, and we were trying to sort those 8, 9 ideas into inform, complement, or lead. There was a lot of consensus. In some areas, there were differences. The details were where the differences reside. It was really a question of what level of detail should we be at, what role should we play, and those differences are terrific. In fact, we really like to surface those differences. Getting at the differences helps us get to better outcomes together. So since then, we've had work group meetings in the last couple of months. What you're going to see today is the result of that. Shout out to all the people who were the co-leads, the work group members, all of you who have contributed, reviewed some of those documents. Today's discussion is the fruit of all that labor, so thank you. Now, if we think not just July, but the entire year, this is the kind of proverbial you are here. And so, as Arit mentioned, we're going to focus on 3 particular recommendations. That's in the afternoon. We will provide quick updates on all the other ideas. We hope none of those ideas get dropped. It's just in terms of time, scarce time with you all today, we're going to focus on those 3. Afterwards, we're really going to focus on cataloging all the discussion today in a summary, as we always put out, and then turning to the annual report. As always, just like shown here, in January of next year, we'll reintroduce the process for that year, and we'll talk a lot about that. It's going to be a little bit different than 2025. just as important as you are here, it's how do we get here? And so I wanted to provide a little bit of perspective here. So whether this is your first meeting, whether it's your 9th in-person meeting plus countless virtual meetings, this is a little bit of context, year 1, year 2, year 3. So a couple quotes that I thought were representative of what we all experience. I'm trying to put a little bit of words to the dynamics that we're all experiencing. So the quotes are from you all. The puzzle piece quote is a favorite quote of mine. As Arit mentioned, this is intentionally diverse. 26 people representing different perspectives. So diversity, complementarity, hopefully without too much divergence, but a little bit of difference is, of course, welcome. This quote here about dedicated, not sporadic, really, really important. This will come back up in a few slides. How do we do not just what's urgent and important, but think through the long term? Last year, we accomplished and got 6 recommendations approved. That was a massive achievement in a new process, in a new organization. I think it was a sense of pride for this organization to get that much work done. But it wasn't easy. In particular, this question of implementation. What does it mean for this group to approve a recommendation? What happens after that gets approved? To what extent do we implement? What extent do other people implement? That's always been a question. And then in this 3rd meeting of this year, 2025, year 3, there's been a lot of talk about, boy, this is really complicated. You know, we're tackling what we're now calling multi-year topics. The scope, the magnitude, the systemic challenges, we can't just solve them in 1 year. And so as we've tackled these harder problems in year 3, we keep on coming up with this question of, okay, what can we do? Should we narrow the scope, tighter scope, get it done in the year, or keep the larger scope, admit that we can't finish in the year, and really extend to 2026? Again, this response versus resilience, very similar to dedicated, not sporadic. A key challenge for us, it's how do we balance complexity? How do we balance those system change efforts? So this creative tension, drip value add role, appropriate scope, available resources, in my opinion, those are all operative words, right? We have to do all of that all at the same time with a moving target that's incredibly uncertain and very unpredictable. So we all know drought is a dramatic issue. We don't know when it's coming, just like Paul said. And so we've tried to have this mantra of high impact, efficient effort. We haven't always gotten it right, if I'm being honest. That's fine. That's why your input, your feedback is so important. We've been getting feedback along the way, by the way, as we think about 2026, and we're going to have that conversation again today. Okay, does that all make sense? Does it hopefully resonate with people? For those who have been part of the journey for most of the time, does this kind of capture what we're all experiencing? A little bit challenging, but still making good progress? Okay, excellent. I see some thumbs up. For anyone who is new to the room, any questions before I kind of go on a little bit more about what's coming up? So we have had this slide before. We call it the ARC slide. Now there's a year 4. And as Paul alluded to this morning, there's really, of course, this question of if dry drought conditions were to persist in 2026, in particular for Southern California, what do we do differently? And it's an obvious question because what worked in 2024, what worked in 2025 might not be what's appropriate for 2026. We've began adopting this language of urgent and important. What might it mean for DRIP? How do we surface urgent, important issues that might not have another forum? Might this be the appropriate forum? And so we've kind of coined it as moving to action. We're not quite sure if that's right. If you have better terminology, let us know. But really, we're thinking this year 4, what's going to happen next year is going to be a little bit different. We're looking for your guidance and your input to make sure we get that process just right. Okay, a couple more setup slides. This is the cycle of drought management. For those who might remember in 2023, we used this framework, this 4 quadrants, to really good effect in July and October of 2023. We arrayed many current efforts along the 4 quadrants just to get a good landscape of what's already happening. We always know that DRIP wants to do above and beyond what's happening, that value add. And in particular, as we all know, if drought conditions persist in 2026, there might be more response and recovery that's more urgent. So as we think about that, as we think about those 4 quadrants, those urgent and important items, we need to get proactive attention on them. We need to think ahead of what might happen given that uncertainty. And so we have to admit that this very regimented process of doing the ideas, matching that to problem statement, writing up a draft template, reviewing those templates, having the work group meetings, bringing those back in here, all of which will culminate today with 3 recommendations. We might not have enough time to do that in these meetings next year. So how do we surface these quick ideas? We'll talk about that in, this afternoon. So with all that said, it's really up to us to decide. And because things are uncertain, we don't know for sure exactly how this will run, but that's what today's conversation is about. Okay, so with all that said, I'm going to open up to Paul to offer a few additional comments and then to you all.
Thanks, Glenn. Yeah, so I think building upon what's been, developed over the last 3 years, I mean, the landscape of drought issues has been pretty vast. You've covered, I think, many of the topics that are, most important on dealing with drought. And I think going into 2026, this is where I think we want to focus in on a deeper dive on sort of the higher priority issues, and probably in a way to, kind of make it a lot more collaborative. And so one of the things I want to talk about, kind of starting to think about towards the end of the day, thinking about the summary and how we go through the actions of 2025, and we'll get through that, and to revisit the items of 2024, thinking ahead. We want to, one, have work groups that are not subject to Bagley-Keene. One, that's going to give us, one, for our own resources, staffing-wise, a lot more flexibility and resource, freeing up. It'll allow us to have a lot more informal interactions with people participating, so we can have a lot more exchanges informally. We can do emails and other things and have a lot more collaboration. We want to get down to almost having maybe 3 focus area topics, but I also want to keep and not lose any of the other work. And I think there's ways we can keep track of the other topics. And some of the other topics are also being tracked in other venues, and like Recharge, there's the Floodmar Network and others. And I think there's ways we can, keep the DRIP updated on some of these other topics through, updates and other sort of things. So one, want to have you think about what are the high priority areas that we should focus in on. And, for my mind, one is that we haven't resolved, and Karen and I always spend a lot of time on, like, roles and responsibilities for dry wells. That's something that, was a major item in 2024, and, data on drought and, those things were very important, good paper and recommendations, but that's something I think we, and probably others, we should spend more time digesting that, having a good discussion on it, maybe developing white papers on that. And that would really lend itself to a different type of format that could come back to the DRIP collaborative. So it would be a different type of format going into 2024, but it would open it up for a lot more broader collaborative process. So that's really kind of the setting the stage for this afternoon, thinking about how we wrap up the work for 2026 under this, and then revisiting the items from 2024 and thinking about the 3, let's say, priority areas for, let's say, a deeper dive, but then recognizing we are going to keep track and find ways to not lose some of those maybe other items that maybe are longer term, or maybe things that are captured in other venues, but we still want to keep the drip updated and connected with those areas where there may be other venues where they're being acted upon. So I just wanted to put that out there as sort of like where the thought process is on where the drip's going. It's building upon the last couple years on that work and trying to build for a broader collaboration. And it would allow for, again, outside of Bagley Keene, it would open up and allow for other voices to come in, which I think would be, for this a lot, to me, a lot of these topics are very complicated without sort of a singular solution. And I think having those voices come here with different perspectives coming in is really going to be important. Because even like roles and responsibilities, we've been struggling this for a while. There isn't a singular solution, but I think having those perspectives and having discussions in a work group setting is going to be a real good product. And white papers and other things may be good products. There may be good recommendations coming out, but we should let the process play out. So I'll open up to Glenn and open up if there's any thoughts or comments on that. So.
Yeah, great context setting. The 350 session is where we'll discuss this at length, but I did absolutely want to open it up. Maybe a few comments, just quick reactions, thoughts, what Paul just said, what I've said. What do you think is most important for DRIP to work on for 2026? Any thoughts? Anna?
Yeah, thanks so much, Paul. Appreciate your thoughts and comments, and definitely +1 for allowing for some more flexibility in how we can convene and discuss in ways that allows us to be a little bit more dynamic. I think that is definitely the value with DRIP, is just bringing us together and having opportunities for those conversations. I would love to see a continuing conversation in 2026 about agricultural impacts of drought and improving the resilience of agricultural landscapes. And I think there are many folks at this table that have really unique perspectives to bring to that conversation, that have deep knowledge sets about available resources and probably opportunities for those to be a little more complementary.
Great comment. Virginia?
Yeah, I also really appreciate Paul's comments and yours too, Anna. I've felt like I've wished this could be a little bit more of a venue for information sharing. Like, so I'm with the Department of Food and Agriculture. We're constantly, especially in a drought year, asked questions about this situation and what's happening. And it's often rapidly changing and very dynamic. And so if this were a venue for more info sharing, hearing from folks at the local level, but also about resources available at the state, that would be really, really helpful for me. And then with our ongoing work, it's felt, I've been concerned that there's processes underway elsewhere in the state. And I've really wondered like how our conversations are interacting with those conversations. And they have, requirements and statutory mandates to deal with some of this stuff. And so to me, if we could, send them our thoughts and hear updates on those things in the future, maybe that would be helpful. But, there's decision-making processes also happening elsewhere. So.
Great, thank you. Laura?
I was going to echo what Anna said and the flexibility, because there's been times when I've been hesitant to say things even outside of here to some of the people in here, because I'm like, what was the rule? How many of us are around? And I think that hindered some of that from us. So I appreciate the flexibility. So thank you.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, so, oh, yeah, please.
I just want to follow up on something Virginia said and just asking a question. So in envisioning potentially providing recommendations or input on other processes underway, are you envisioning that being DRIP collectively developing input that we kind of brand as DRIP input into those processes, or how are you thinking about that?
I would not say that I have a really thought out vision for this, but I don't know, because we're all coming from such different perspectives too. So if there's like a summary of the discussion that can be provided or something, I really don't know the answer to that. It's worth talking about though.
Okay, and I just noticed Katie and then Tim.
Yeah, I really just wanted to, say thank you and appreciate the recommendation. And we really support the idea of having a little bit more flexibility and being able to focus on the implementation in the next year.
Awesome.
I just wanted to ask Virginia if she might elaborate on some of the processes that you have in mind, some of the other things that, other than just they and those.
Well, and part of the problem is I don't even feel super qualified to speak on those processes, but like there's a general plan guidelines process at LCI. The water world is super complicated and I won't even attempt to describe what they're all doing, but yeah, so maybe something we could ask for is updates on those other processes because we know they're out there. And they're moving on their own trajectory too.
Okay. Paul, did you?
Yeah, and I'll just follow up on that. And that's a real good point. Like, let's say the LCI or the general plan isn't, let's say, one of the work group areas. I would definitely, and there's been already a lot of work in that. I would see that continuing as sort of maybe, an engagement. Agencies are already engaging with LCI, reporting out. I mean, that may be a report out or a report out on where recharge activities are going or some of the other areas that have been touched on the last 2 years. I can see, and there may be other topics that come up that would be reported out from one or more of the DRIP members. So I don't see any of those things being lost because they'll be ongoing, they'll be changing over time. So I think any of those actions that have been of focused areas, I don't think they'll be lost. I think that we'll find a way to keep engaged and keep reporting out. Some of them may be longer term items that will keep engaged. And maybe if we start knocking off some of the more immediate issues, we'll over time start dealing with longer term issues and maybe they'll start resolving themselves. So we're going to be in this for the long haul. So.
Excellent. Okay. Perfect start to the conversation. So ponder a little bit more. We have 4 or 5 hours till we revisit this topic. Like we said, 2026, how we respond, really, of course, informed by what the conditions are. And so I'm going to invite Janine to come up to provide the hydrology update. We also have Fethi and Ryan, who will be after Janine, who will also provide some perspective. So.
Are you guys queuing up the slides or? Oh, you just ran them all together? Okay. Well, good morning, everyone. Happy new water year. It is that time of year again when we get to talk about what happened as we transition from the old water year to the new water year. So I'll start out with talking about the wrap up for the prior water year. So we had an abnormally average year in California. We don't do average very often in California, and this was actually the second year that we had abnormally average at the statewide level. So not terribly usual for us. And this is what the precipitation looked like. So even though we were average at a statewide level, you can see that we had our typical geographic diversity, wetter in Northern California, somewhat drier in Southern California. On the temperature side, looking over the whole water year, this is about as close to normal as we get these days. We were warmer than average, but not much. And realistically, almost every year in this century has been warmer than average. So we're a little bit warmer, but not too bad. This was very different from the setup last fall going into the water year that just ended. And if we focus on the latter part of the water year, the summer part, this is where we think about what does the setup of the last water year mean for wildfire conditions, particularly in the fall, knowing that in Southern California, especially, peak wildfire season is, right around now through November. Fortunately, because of the shall we say, activity in the tropical world in the Pacific Ocean, Southern California has gotten a couple of good hits of moisture already this fall, which has really pushed back or mitigated some of that wildfire risk. Just looking at reservoir storage, generally average for most of our major reservoirs. That's a good thing. I should say that's reservoirs in California, because if we look at the Colorado River Basin, we're still seeing these long-term pesky conditions associated with the drought there. You see the line marking the current time period, and then projections on the Bureau's operational reservoir model going forward. The green line is the median of the most probable forecasts, blue maximum probable, red minimum probable. Significantly, the red is dropping well below the line, into shortage territory for us in 2027, and I'll come back to that in a minute. But Colorado River this year, they had almost 100% rainfall year. However, runoff was literally only half, 50%, which is an indication of continuing impacts of warming in the system, but really focuses on the problem that we've been experiencing in the Colorado River Basin, which is even though it may rain, it doesn't make it to the reservoirs. And if we look at groundwater storage, it's been improving at a statewide level, courtesy of our very wet water year 2023, or I should say improving in some areas. We still have the obvious long-term problems in the San Joaquin Valley, which are very long-term in scale because of the decades of overdraft there. But noting that particularly in much of the Sac Valley, Central Coast, Southern California, pretty good conditions, keeping in mind that some of those Southern California basins were under a management structure long before SGMA came around. So unfortunately, because of the federal government shutdown, I can't show a more current vision of this slide because the website is turned off. This was the last available image of Eddy, which is a short-term index of dryness in the system that basically relates evapotranspiration and the thirst of the atmosphere or evaporative demand. Normally for us in California in the summer transition into fall, you would see warm colors. Just because of the way our climate system works. This is definitely not as bad as it has been in some prior years, most of the dryness focusing on the Central Coast area. What this index is really mostly used for is for flash drought in the Midwest for non-irrigated agriculture, things like grains and soybeans, but it's also a good indicator to think about wildfire risk conditions, and that's why I showed it here. And since this was September 24th, this was before those couple of big storms that hit Southern California. So I would expect the colors to be more muted now. So this is a good thing. So we're not at this point going into the new water year under the same extreme conditions that we had in parts of Southern California last year, which certainly contributed to the major wildfire problems they experienced early in the season. So what about the outlook for this season? So NOAA released its official outlook, or the latest update of that just yesterday or the day before. This is the September one. The October one looks very similar. And it's what we call a canonical La Nina outlook, in which they say that the southern tier of the U.S. will be drier than average, noting that they do their outlooks on 3 months periods. So this is DJF, December, January, February, which coincides to our wettest part of the winter. So this is the official outlook. But here is their track record with these forecasts. And I know I've showed you this graphic before. I keep bringing this up to remind you that the skill in forecasting at this time period is basically zero. The white area on the map, I should say this is a Heidecke skill score, which I won't try to explain, but this is how meteorologists grade forecasts. White areas on the map mean that you have no more skill than predicting average weather conditions. Obviously, most of the map is white. The areas that show a little bit of color, the highest colors on the, or the darkest of the warm colors on the map, Florida, that's a score of about 40 on a metric that goes to 100. So I always like to use the line, if you got 40 out of 100 in a test in school, how would you be doing? Yeah, so basically, while they continue to make these outlooks, they have no skill. And they're heavily covered in the news media, which is unfortunate because it gives people the wrong impression. And in particular, it gives people can give people the wrong impression in extreme years. Our most recent really extreme year was water year 2023. Their forecast was exactly the opposite of what happened. Remember, this was our very wet and cold year. So, you know, I like to tell my friends at NOAA that their outlooks are really horoscopes. You read them for entertainment value, not because you use them to make any decisions. You shouldn't because, as their own metrics indicate, they have no skill. Why do they have no skill? Well, a lot of the answer has to do with ENSO, El Niño Southern Oscillation conditions. So the meteorology community really discovered ENSO back in the mid-1990s. And at the time, they made a couple of good long-range forecasts based on ENSO that turned out right. So they thought, hey, problem solved. Well, unfortunately, all the forecasts after that didn't turn out right. But because they don't have any other tools to work with, they keep using ENSO. The thing is that ENSO does not work well for much of the country, including California and the upper Colorado River Basin. Work that we funded with the research community, couple studies, one with UCLA, points out that the ENSO influence is responsible for maybe 25% of California's average annual precipitation. Another study done for us by Scripps points out that the reason ENSO is pretty meaningless in California is because atmospheric rivers are not influenced by it at all, and they're what shape a lot of our swings in extreme weather. So this is the problem, but because the news media insists on, you know, beating the dead horse on this, I am showing you the official ENSO forecast. The actual current measured conditions are the purple line with, I guess those are triangles? Yeah, triangles, which is the observed conditions showing that we're in La Nina, not a particularly strong one, and a variety of model runs that show the La Nina conditions continuing. Most of them basically terminate it pretty early in the wintertime, and it's not particularly a strong La Nina. The one sign that ENSO conditions do give us in California is that Southern California is sometimes, but not always, dry in La Nina years. But a couple of the wettest years in Southern California's history were La Nina years. So, you know, not something we can take to the bank, but we recognize that this is the only place in California where we have much of a signal. And just pointing out that we at DWR have been putting a lot of effort into trying to get NOAA to improve its precipitation forecasts. And if you're interested in more, that is our lobbying website for this subject. Basically, the reason that progress hasn't occurred is because the federal government hasn't invested in the needed research to do so. Right now, operational weather forecasts only have skill out to about 7 days. Although they actually run the models out to 10 to 14 days, you really can't trust much beyond 7. So focusing a little bit on Southern California, just because of the La Nina connection, and starting out with the Colorado River, which is an important supply for Southern California. Many of you have been reading in the newspaper about the existing work on the interim guidelines that has been the subject of negotiations with the basin states. The negotiations are ongoing. The existing guidelines that we operate the reservoirs under expire at the end of this year, but they do determine the setup for 2026. Right now, the expected conditions for 2026 is that we will be in the same shortage framework that we're in this year, this calendar year, which is that Arizona and Nevada are shorted, as is Mexico, but California doesn't take a shortage because of our more senior water rights. However, interesting little twist, under the current guidelines, there's a provision that if the forecasts out to a year out show that the modeled elevation of Lake Powell will drop below a particular trigger elevation, we enter into a consultation, and that trigger was pulled a couple of weeks ago. The time period in the model forecast that suggests when the elevation of Powell might fall below the trigger is basically midsummer. And at that point, the guidelines would call for reclamation to reduce the release to the lower basin down to 6 million acre-feet a year to make that target. That would be a big deal, but at this point, it's based on a modeled outcome with no hydrology on the ground yet for this winter, and it's a minimum probable forecast. So hopefully it won't happen, but have to mention it as a possibility. And I'm going to mention something that my colleagues from the Water Use Efficiency Program will be talking about in a minute, and that's the annual supply and demand forecast, which DWR is now required to do by statute. Basically, this looks at the larger water suppliers that are big enough to be required to do UWIMPs, and it's showing that the majority of them either A, don't expect a shortage, or B, may see a shortage that they can manage with their existing contingency planning. And just to give you the preview of who are the ones that were showing a shortage, the real reason I'm showing this slide is to talk about MWD and the Colorado River system for a minute, because they are on this table. The reason they're on this table is that they are predicting that they will probably be short on the State Water Project side, which they often are, just given the ability of our project to deliver water supplies. And this was actually done before the consultation item that was triggered for the Colorado River system, so it doesn't include that. But MWD, remember, is a wholesaler, and the retailers that they serve expect to be able to deal with any shortage from MWD via their own contingency planning. This is actually MWD's most current supply-demand assessment for the water year. They're actually still putting water into storage, largely because demand in their service area continues to be driven down by conservation. So that is providing a source for them to put water into Diamond Valley Lake. So in terms of what if we have a La Nina and next year is dry, I really don't see big impacts in Southern California because that area is well managed in terms of its imported supplies. The one area of risk that I would remind folks of is the people on fractured rock groundwater. This is a slide actually from 2 droughts ago illustrating where the systems are that are too small to be required to do UWIMPs but are on fractured rock groundwater. And this is for public water systems, community water systems to be specific, data courtesy of State Water Resources Control Board for the system locations, but same context applies for people on private wells. And historically, if we think about that, you know, small systems or private wells on fractured rock, the one area that comes to mind for me in prolonged dry conditions, the foothill areas of San Diego County outside the San Diego County Water Authority area. But, you know, these are not nearly as numerous in Southern California as we see in the northern part of the state. So my advice for the coming water year is just to remember that, you know, we've had a couple of years of abnormally average, but that's not normal for us. So in any water year, we have to, you know, be aware that because our climatology is given to swings between extremes, we can be very extreme. And we should think about what that means if that happens. So this is where I wrap up and ask if there are any questions.
Any questions for Janine? We actually are hoping you can stay a little longer so I can let Fetty share his presentation and we can have a more in-depth conversation. But any just clarifying questions? All right, thanks, Janine.
Oh, one. yeah.
Yep. Oh, go ahead. Wait.
You go back to the EDD index slide. Thank you. It's a 12-week slide, as
Yeah.
I understand. And you said that there was more precipitation in Southern California that is shown here. But nobody should be alarmed. This is typical of what we would see during the season, right?
Yeah.
Just to clarify that.
Yeah, our summers are hot and dry, and that is reflected in evaporative demand and evapotranspiration. And since this slide was prepared, they've had some good rain events in Southern California, so that really pushes back the wildfire risk.
All right, thanks, Janine. All right, so we're gonna. Yes, more questions. Okay, yes.
Hi, thanks, Janine. I was interested in the table of all of the summary of the annual water supply and demand assessments. It's kind of the first time I've seen all of them all summed up. I'm curious, what if what does the state do, like DWR, the state do if these are really bad? Are there trigger points or action points, or is this mostly just informational to get a gauge?
Well, so first of all, what this is showing is that this is the basic step is, do you expect a shortage? And then the second question is, can you fix the shortage just by implementing your water supply contingency plan? So in this case, they're saying that, yeah, we can fix the shortage. So not a problem here. And my colleagues from WUI will probably talk more about this, but basically the context is that we at DWR prepare the report, then we turn it over to the State Water Resources Control Board for them to take action if anything is stands out as a problem. But where we see our real problems in droughts, it's not with the big systems, it's with the small systems. So I really wouldn't expect to see anything pop up on this of significance pop up on this table.
Thank you.
Yeah, and we're gonna get into the assessment in just a minute. Go ahead, Reggie.
Thank you for the presentation. I had a question about your comment about precipitation not resulting in reservoir storage in Colorado. Could you give your, I guess, assessment of why that's the case?
Well, if we think about, let's compare the Colorado River Basin to the Sacramento River, since everyone's kind of familiar with the Sacramento River. The Sacramento River Basin, California's largest river and water supply source, is actually wetter than the Colorado River. In terms of average annual flow, much smaller watershed, but it's also a much cooler and wetter watershed. Transition now to the Colorado River watershed, which is far larger in terms of size. Most of the precipitation occurs in the upper watershed, like close to 90% of it, above Lake Powell. But the lower watershed below Lake Powell, think about visualizing a map of the Colorado River Basin. It's flowing through desert. So what happens is that even though there's good runoff high in the mountains above Lake Powell, you've already lost a lot of it to evaporation, evapotranspiration by the time you get into Powell. And anything below Powell, I mean, you're in desert at that point. And so you have very high losses in the system. And one of the impacts we've been seeing about climate change in the Colorado River Basin is, even though the snowpack may be great, it's just less and less of it is making its way as wet water into the reservoirs.
All right, thanks, Janine. All right, so we're gonna switch over our next presentation, and we have Ryan Bailey and Fetty Benjema from the Water Use Efficiency Division. So here you go.
Great. Can you hear me okay? Okay. Well, thank you to Paul and Julie for the invitation. We're honored to be here this morning. My name's Ryan Bailey. I'm the Water Use Efficiency Branch Manager here in the Division of Regional Assistance, and I manage that branch along with 3 section managers, and one of which are with me today, and that's Dr. Fethi Benjima. So if you're working on pronunciations, Fethi Benjima, and he's really the one that you want to hear from. So I'm the opening act. So when I'm thin on time, just get the hook out, and then Fethi will come and talk more substantively about this. I'm just going to start out by saying I'm very, very pleased to see Orit supporting this effort. One of my favorite people in the entire world, and has supported so many efforts across DWR for so much time. And I see that Glenn is cut out of the same cloth. So kudos to both of you. So I'm going to just kind of sorry about that. I'm going to try to tell the broader story. So let me advance the slide here. Okay. So if you like reading California Water Code, here you go. Got this up for you to stay awake. And so what's this about? So the 2018 conservation legislation that we call Making Water Conservation the California Way of Life created something new, which is an annual stress test, if you will, for suppliers. And this is urban water suppliers. So the 400 some odd kind of larger folks that we spoke about earlier. For them to take the water shortage contingency plan from their urban water management plan and to really take it out for a test drive, make some assumptions about how much water that they would expect or anticipate in a dry year, and they make some judgment call about what dry year they use, the driest on record or what have you. And it's really an exercise in trying to make ends meet, supply and demand. Now, if the supply is lower than what they would expect unconstrained demand, that's what the water code talks about, is what would the demand be generally before you start constraining it, right? Managing demand. When you hear demand management, that's all about trying to reduce water use. So taking a look at the supply they would expect in a dry year, what other arrangements they have for additional water, what wells they may be able to bring online as a contingency, and seeing where it shakes out. The second part of that is looking at the actions they've identified in their water shortage contingency plan and say, okay, to make ends meet, what level of action would we trigger to constrain demand in our service area to make those ends meet? So they have a series of levels of actions. Fethi will talk about that more. And so this is kind of a synopsis of that. So a couple things I want to say before Fethi comes up. If you're looking online for this summary report that we do each year, it is called the Annual Supply and Demand Assessment Summary Report to the California State Water Resources Control Board. That's a mouthful. So I am happy to report that this now has a bulletin number and bulletin name. We have a longstanding tradition in DWR that we use bulletins. This is the first bulletin that we've ever had in our water use efficiency branch. So now when you're Googling this, you can just put in Bulletin 161, which I feel like that's a tremendous success. I should also point out that due to staff efforts, outreach, a lot of back and forth with urban water suppliers, we were able to attain for the second year running, and we've only been doing this a few years, 100% compliance in terms of submitting these assessments, which is unheard of, I think, around the department to have that level of engagement, participation, support among all the urban water suppliers. So we just think that's tremendous. And then lastly, the water code gave us 90 days to turn these around, right? So helping suppliers, providing that technical assistance, webinars, all the things. And then they come in, and then we have until September 30th to put together the summary report and send it over to the water board. So I'm happy to report that we were able to do that on time again this year, and I credit Fethi and the team. And again, this is, I think, our first presentation from the Water Use Efficiency Branch to the DRIP Collaborative. Very pleased to be here. And with that, I will welcome up Dr. Fethi Benjama.
Thank you, Ryan. Again, I'm Fethi Benjama, managing the water shortage contingency planning section within the Water Use Efficiency Branch here at DWR. I second Ryan. I'm happy to see Orit. She's been involved in developing the guidelines for this exercise, the annual supply and demand assessments, a few years ago. So Ryan went over the first slide, basically the requirements. One of the important things to look in the requirements is that, as Janine said, predicting or projecting hydrologic conditions for the next year is almost, shall I say, certain or uncertain. But there is no faith basically in projections. But one important thing here is that the Water Code is requiring agencies to assume next year is dry. So they don't have to project how it's going to be. They have to assume it's dry. So this planning exercise is to prepare for the worst. Assume you are not going to get additional or very little supplies next year. Are you going to make it? So that's one term we need to keep in mind in order to understand the results of this exercise. The other term is, they look, or they, in their calculations, they consider unconstrained demand. That's another term we need to keep in mind in order to understand the results of this exercise. Oftentimes, most of the agencies have things in place, water conservation measures. So the unconstrained demand is kind of not really their actual demand, it's something more. Here we see how the gears turn and how this exercise relates to the big picture in water management planning, the urban water management planning, and the water shortage contingency planning. Both the UWMP and the water shortage contingency plan include procedures for planning to address droughts and shortages in the future. There is a drought risk assessment within the urban water management plan that looks at 5-year drought conditions. And the water shortage contingency plan also includes or lays out the procedures on how to do these annual assessments. Based on those things and based on current year conditions, suppliers are asked to assume next year is dry and project how much supplies they have, project what demand they will need to meet. Again, even demand is, I would say, dependent on a dry year. Demand during a dry year is different from demand during a wet year. People irrigate their landscape more. There is more demand for water in hot conditions and things like that. So it's not just the supply that is dependent on or affected by dry year conditions. Once they do the assessments and they compare their supplies, projected supplies and projected demands, and calculate that percentage of shortage, if any, then they will look into their shortage contingency plan and see what actions they have in the toolbox of actions to address that shortage and submit a report to DWR as required by the statute that shows those calculations, what shortage they expect, if any shortage, what actions they plan to undertake. This is the timeline. As I mentioned, the big picture planning is the urban plans, the shortage plans, those on a 5-year basis. The annual assessment is a yearly test drive, as Ryan said, of the shortage planning that will be done every year, assuming next year is dry. As a department, we need to summarize the status of urban plans, shortage plans on a 5-year basis and submit a report to the legislature. As well, we need to summarize the status of the annual assessments and submit a report, Bulletin 161, to the State Water Board. So the annual water shortage assessment reports, basically, the purpose is to have the suppliers prepared, identify actions to respond to any anticipated shortages. At the same time, it informs the state on potential supply shortfalls in the coming year. One thing to understand here and how the state board is the recipient of this summary report is that the statutes gives the state board authority to impose restrictions in the event of drought emergency. And the statute is telling the state board in case of drought emergency, they recommend, the legislature recommend that the state board considers local actions and planning first before imposing top-down restrictions or actions. So this exercise helps in the sense that urban suppliers will show their local actions that would be used to address shortages in the future. So the summary of this year's Bulletin 161, as mentioned, 446 urban suppliers did successfully complete their assessments and submit their shortage reports to DWR. That's 100% compliance. Kudos to staff who did a stellar outreach and technical assistance to the suppliers. We have one small supplier that voluntarily submitted in addition to the required urban suppliers. Here, the geographical distribution of those shortages, even though there is a difference between shortages at the supply on the supply side and shortages on the hydrologic side. There is a little bit of a coincidence here. We know that Southern California is kind of short this year in terms of hydrology. Same here, we see most of the 20 or so suppliers that project some level of shortage are within the South hydrologic region and the Tulare Lake. But that is not because of the current hydrologic conditions. It's more related to where they get their suppliers, their supplies, and estimates of how much they think they will get next year. In response to the shortages, suppliers need to identify actions. And we are telling urban suppliers, if you are implementing actions, tell us what actions you are implementing, even if you don't have a shortage or don't expect a shortage. This is the statistics of the actions that are being plan that are being implemented in light green, and actions that are planned to be implemented next year if it's going to be dry. Obviously, you can see that more actions will be implemented if it's going to be dry, more than what is implemented currently. And the top implemented actions or planned to be implemented actions include fixing leaks, restricting outdoor irrigation, restricting CII water use, certain CII water uses. And most of these top actions do rely on customer involvement in order for a supplier to achieve reduction in outdoor water use or in certain CII water use. Their customers, either domestic or CII, need to participate. So as a result, one of also the top actions is customer outreach and public outreach. One lesson learned is that if I may go to this slide here, you can see the large number of suppliers implementing actions. For example, the outdoor restrictions, there are two types of outdoor restrictions here. One is reducing or restricting irrigation outdoor to certain days. One is restricting irrigation outdoors to certain times. So some suppliers choose one and some choose the other. So if we add those up, they add up almost to 400 suppliers implementing outdoor restrictions. And one lesson learned is that implementing some of these demand reduction actions is becoming a norm. And that big number, close to 400 suppliers implementing such restrictions, is way more than the list of 20 you saw that estimate or project they might have a shortage. And the other lesson learned is that suppliers are telling us that implementing their locally appropriate actions is or should be working and should allow them to address projected shortages. As such, the water shortage contingency planning, basically this exercise demonstrates that is working as intended. One of the things we discuss and brainstorm with suppliers when they tell us in their draft reports, sometimes they share with us their assessments. We are expecting to have this much shortage, and then their planned actions would be less than what is needed to address that shortage. We say, well, in that case, you are supposed to have a shortage contingency plan that is adequate to address levels of shortages, 10, 20, 30, 50, above 50%, 6 levels, standard levels. If you think you can't, then you might need to look closer to your shortage contingency plan and update it. And that is one option that the legislation gives to suppliers to update their shortage plans on a regular basis. And this exercise will help them identify the need for those updates, even outside the 5-year cycle that is a standard time step for updating those plans. Again, Ryan, yeah, please.
So before we move on, Fethi will be here for questions. I want to maybe zoom way back out for a moment and talk about some of the misconceptions or the questions we get about this framework. So what the 2018 legislation did, it was really a pendulum swing towards local conditions, local planning, local actions, right? So Betty said before, all of this planning is looked at first before there are water board or administration actions, right? So we have seen during droughts executive orders that call upon all Californians to reduce water use by X%. That certainly helps the state generally and individual suppliers in their efforts to trigger some of these actions. I think one of the questions we get is, okay, Ryan, if they're doing an exercise saying they're going to have X amount of water and how do they constrain demand? What if they had a thimble full of water? Is this exercise showing how they would constrain through rationing or what have you just to make ends meet? And the answer is, it's really a combination of things. It's local planning, local action, getting ahead of it, making certain assumptions. If there's going to be a water board or administration, executive order or otherwise, that those things would be informing and working in tandem, and that we're really kind of seeing what can be done locally because conditions are local. Knowing that, this analysis still has some limitations. My thimble example is probably the absurd example, but that's how these things kind of work together. So questions for me or Feti?
Go ahead.
Hi, thank you so much, both of you. It's really interesting to see all this. My question is related on, I mean, what I understand is that the locals send that to you and you check for compliance. Is there any check on the state of, I would say, like the validity of the risk of what they send or the reality? So does the state has any role in ensuring that this data is accurate?
We provide guidance, and you have a guidance document on the website that will guide suppliers step by step on what they look for and how they do their estimates and things like that. It's their own suppliers, their own local decisions. There is not much we have to validate, but we look at their reports, and if we see something that makes no sense, and we came across several of those, we contact the agencies and discuss with them and ask for clarifications. And oftentimes it works where they, it's kind of, we are the second eyes to look to help them identify if there are any mistakes or errors in their assessments.
And Alvar, if I can just even expand on your question a little bit beyond the validating the results, I'm curious, what are the opportunities that the state sees in terms of using the information that the water supplying are using? What are the opportunities there to actually use that data and information?
There are several opportunities. One of them is for the state to be informed on supply conditions at the supplier level for the next year. It's very helpful. And especially it identifies those that need help. I know like a couple years back in the 2022 round, it was the peak of the drought. And one of the things that this exercise helped with was there were several suppliers who were in a difficult situation where they thought they couldn't make ends meet. And this exercise was kind of a documentation to help the state provide some assistance to some of them. One of the instances I recall was our State Water Project folks looked at these assessments for certain suppliers where those suppliers are asking for additional allocations to meet health and safety needs. And so these assessments do help the state in making certain decisions or providing assistance to some of these.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you for your presentation. It was really informative to hear it. I had two questions. So you highlighted that one small water system voluntarily submitted their water contingency plan. And so I'm curious, my first question is, did that small water system have similar to the other urban water systems in that they also, if they had a shortage, was their plan enough for them to, prepare for it? And then my second question is, in your expertise, do you think that it would be helpful for water systems to kind of also, or small water systems to follow similar to the urban water management plan in like assuming that it's a negative or assuming that it'll be a dry year, submitting it to DWR and getting that kind of feedback and support?
The volunteer water system that submitted estimated no shortage. Last year, we had more volunteers that submitted and also estimated no shortages. But it's always a good exercise for the smalls to do planning. The problem with imposing more requirements on them to make more reporting to the state is that they are already not at the same level as the big suppliers. They don't have the means, they don't have the TMF to do planning, to do reporting. But for those that can, it is recommended that they do planning. If anything, even if they can't address the shortage, at least to inform or to be prepared ahead of time to ask for assistance to deal with such shortages.
Thank you.
Thank you, Fedi. I'm over here. Tim Worley with Cal Mutuals. And I live within the Metropolitan Water District service area. And my question, if I can state it meaningfully, is I'm wondering if the water suppliers have start with the same meaning of the water shortage for that year. So for instance, Metropolitan, I saw in the previous presentation was reflecting that they have a lot of water in storage, but in this annual supply and demand forecast, they showed a shortage. So I guess my question is the water that a system might have in storage or in other contingency plans in place, is that factored into their reporting whether they have a shortage or not? Like, is it a shortage without considering that contingency supply or with it, if that makes sense?
Yes, I understand the question. So there are some semantics sometimes. Some suppliers, they have reserve storage that they consider not part of their supplies when they make the calculations. Those are reserved only when we are running into dry conditions and shortage. So they consider those as shortage response actions. In the shortage contingency plan, shortage response actions include several types. Among the top are demand reduction, of course, and supply augmentation. So supply augmentation is some of them are shortage response actions, and some agencies have storage that they use as emergency supply to respond to shortages. So that's one case. Another case is that a lot of the agencies, especially for this exercise, the legislation says use unconstrained demand. And we know that many, if not most, of the agencies have ongoing water conservation measures always in place. So some of the agencies, when they do this exercise, they kind of try to estimate what are the benefits from those ongoing demand reduction actions or water conservation measures in place. And they substitute those, so their supplies or their projected supplies or demand, I mean, would be inflated. So they say our projected demand is 120, whereas they know that it's only 100 because they are taking out that portion that is reduced because of the ongoing water conservation measures. And then they add those back as shortage contingency plan actions. So a lot of those that they say we have a shortage and then we don't have it anymore, some of those are actually ongoing actions that they take out and then they put back in.
Go ahead, Sierra.
Hi, over here. I want to say how much I really appreciate the emphasis and focus on local determination of appropriate actions before state intervention. That has been historically a challenge. I'm from Santa Cruz County, and during the 2013 through 15 drought, our community took great action to reduce water use, and it never rebounded. And so then in 2021, 22, when the state was talking about 25% mandated reductions, we're like, but if you're using 45 GPCD, you can't cut that down by 25% without some sort of risk of health and safety impacts. You know, it really gets to people being able to like use their dishwashers. So I appreciate that this allows locals to be more nimble and that your approach is, it seems like it's become a lot more flexible with this implementation. And I just want to say how much I appreciate it and how much it really is critical to locals to be able to make their own decisions.
Thank you.
Tiffany with KUA, and I wanted to reiterate actually a lot of what Sierra was saying about the local impacts, just because larger water agencies, especially in Southern California, have been going through these large conservation campaigns for 30 or so years. And I was just, another point that I'd add to the question I'd add to bullet 161 is I'm curious about sort of the formatting or if there are any additional efforts to kind of group together or distill any sort of regional trends to what might be happening. It seems that right now it's, you know, in alphabetical order, which is good for finding which agencies, but are there any kind of investigations or not investigations, but efforts to look at, you know, is it a Southern California thing in terms of certain droughts? Are there, is it population drivers or certain reservoirs, shared water resources that are impacting, you know, that next year's local impact? It might be helpful to kind of trace back, you know, what do we do from here? Like if there are any state or policy questions in the future.
Bulletin 161 does include a summary of statewide supply conditions, which is basically showing what Janine was showing, the hydrologic conditions, the reservoir levels, the snowpack, and so on. But that doesn't translate into supply conditions for the suppliers. Some of the suppliers, for example, Met or many others, are getting their supplies from State Water Project, from up north, or from the Colorado River. So supplies at the supplier level aren't well correlated with the hydrologic conditions on the ground. But we try to show uh, if you've seen the slide about where the suppliers that are projecting shortage are, we subdivide them into hydrologic regions. So that might be a little helpful in identifying where the suppliers projecting shortages are located.
Go ahead, Janine. Yes.
If I can follow up on that from a little different angle, you know, it's not just drought that causes shortages. We know that small systems in particular struggle with basic TMF, and that's why the Water Board has their program for dealing with those kinds of things. If I were to look at who's really at risk in a drought, I would add another list I would call problem children. And those are the smaller systems that we know struggle, not because of hydrology per se, but because of TMF issues. And those are the ones that really bubble up to the top whenever there's a drought, because drought exacerbates those problems. And I know it would be politically difficult for the Water Board to publish a list called problem children, but if we had a problem children list, that would be what I'd be looking at.
Thank you, Janine. And yes, that is very important. Unfortunately, this is only about urban suppliers, which are the large suppliers that are supplying 3,000 or more customers or 3,000 or more acre feet.
All right. Well, I think we're going to wrap it up. One of the other things that we wanted to check in with you on there we go. So first, just to really thank Janine and Fetty and Ryan, really appreciate you coming in and sharing with us. But as we're thinking into next year and the work that we will be doing, and given what we heard at the local, state, and federal level, takeaway from Janine from me was, never mind these forecasting and projections. We need to always be planning and developing response to address extreme events at any point. I think you even had that in one of your slides. But with that in mind, go forward, keep planning, keep preparing. Anything that you heard today also that touch on the work that you do in your own sphere that you want to bring in here in terms of what are you thinking about that will be challenging into the coming year that we should be thinking about? Any just kind of initial thoughts that come from the work that you do, if anybody wants to share? Any challenges or projections, things that keep you up at night? All right, so we will continue to think about that question, so we can bring that into our afternoon. Thank you, Oliver. Thanks for playing my game. I appreciate it.
Like the silence here. I mean, there's one thing that is at least happening on academia right now, and it's ongoing challenges and funding situation with especially the federal administration. We all had a lot of problems this year. And also broadly on the situation of science and public acceptance of our findings. That's one thing more like, what's one thing that has been a challenge for all of us. I have to tell you, I have 3 or 4 federal grants, and I spent a lot of hours this year just battling to see what's going on with these grants. Some of them were canceled and some of them are still alive, but much more review processes and all that, which in some cases I understand, but this thing it's a challenge, especially now. I was thinking, and this is more on like personal academic situation. I was thinking earlier, I'm not sure if this is related to this question, but we have, as Janine was mentioning, we have had two really average, a little bit above average years, which it's rare in California. And it looks, I mean, it started raining this week, so it looks great now. But we don't know if next year or in 2 years we're going to have a drought again. And I was thinking also, this is a broader thought about our group. And this, let's imagine that we are maybe not, but hopefully not, in 2026. And we had a really, really dry year in April or May. And I was thinking also the role of this group, more on the, so we've been doing a great job on trying to develop proposals. I think that most of our proposals are kind of long-term planning proposals. But I was thinking also on the implementation stage. So let's think that we get in a drought again, will happen, that's for sure. What we, I'm not saying that we should have a role, but how is the state going to respond in real time to this drought? And if we have any I'm not sure if that's a recommendation for us to think about, but I'm just thinking, okay, let's say that we are in this meeting next year in July, and we're in a really bad drought. And we were thinking, okay, what have we done for this? Or what's our role on all this, and what could we actually contribute in managing better this ongoing drought? I was just having this thought before.
Yeah, I think that is exactly the question that we want to come to today, right? As Glenn was going through those quadrant of management, which of these quadrants do we need to be effective, value add, make sure that we're integrating into other work that is being done? Where is our place to kind of have that push to advance things? I think that's definitely something to come back to this afternoon. So thank you. All right, but before we look ahead, we're actually going to go back to our 2024 recommendations, and Julie is going to provide a bit of an update, and also would love to hear from you on some of the things that you are aware of that relates to these recommendations.
Okay, great. Thanks, Reet. I'm gonna get into this quickly. So this, for those especially that are new, this is the goal this year we had, was to do some tracking of the progress, what we saw from the recommendations that were made last year. And so just a flag that Zoe has sent out, the asking for input. We always will take input. So if you ever think of anything, please just email us, or you can fill out the form, but that we really rely on that to keep track of what's going on especially outside of DWR. We can handle what's going on inside DWR, but so you'll see a little heaviness with the DWR and LCI. Thank you, LCI. Okay, so along the left here, you'll see that these are the focus areas, especially for those that are new. And so we had the drought relevant data focus area, the drought preparedness for domestic wells, and then the definition and narrative around drought. And so and then the members, you guys developed recommendations and then approved these 6. And so those are kind of within the focus areas. But so recommendation number 1, we saw some advancements that we're trying to keep track of. So we're going to hear an update from Glenn. He's going to share about a workshop in just a minute, but also I wanted to share that the LCI's Vulnerable Communities platform was just released. So just last week, this week. Okay, very, very exciting. Long time coming, but really exciting. So that, and that might be something that we go into in another time, but it does include drought indicators and has a lot of space for advancing those, that I think that this could be a really good group, parts of you all might be really interested in of how to advance that within the Vulnerable Communities platform, because that's going to be really well used and exciting. So for the second recommendation, was again LCI for their ICARP, the Climate Adaptation Resilience Program, their climate services division, they're still documenting the drought-related tools and data, and that's going to be published as part of the documentation and guidance for the Vulnerable Communities platform. So that is still a work in development. For recommendation number 3, this was about empowering county drought resilience planning for domestic wells and state smalls. And so the one new item that we wanted to share here was from the University of California, has an agriculture and natural resources program that spans across maybe all of the UCs. And so researchers from that program, including UC Merced, have started a project looking closely at the county SB 552 plans and also looking at, interested in the county needs for the future of implementing SB 552. So this is around domestic wells and state smalls, and to remind you that the county is the hub of the what gets pointed to hold a task force and to have this plan for the domestic wells and state smalls. So we're really looking forward to supporting this effort as it advances. Otherwise, on that front, on that same recommendation, same work continues in full force supporting counties. We have DWR and CSAC. Thank you, Caitlin. We've continued the monthly webinar series for county staff to hold a learning and discussion space. Ari is in that too, Zoe. Thank you. And then we also have a county drought planning assistance program that's still ongoing there. And I'm going to speak to that in just a minute after we hear from Glenn. So now for recommendation number 4, you all should have, I think, a printout on at your desk there that goes over these, and we'll send it out afterwards with the links. But this was number 4 was the voluntary community-based well monitoring program recommendation. So this has some exciting progress. So and again, this is coming from DW because we know what's going on inside of DWR. So we're not always going to implement all of these recommendations necessarily, but this one really fit well into this larger effort to enhance groundwater monitoring statewide. So we've started a pilot on community groundwater monitoring, and so this is to offer education, training, and sounder equipment to domestic well owners and also small water systems so they can learn how to track their groundwater levels. And so those who enroll in the program to share their levels can borrow equipment that's needed to take these measurements. And so a pilot has launched. There's lots of learning here about how to make this work and how to make it successful and smooth. That's launched in Elk Grove, south of Sacramento region. And in collaboration with Sacramento County, Suzanne Pecci is on Zoom today. Couldn't make it, but she's also involved. And also a pilot has started with a small water system in Yolo County. So to work out those kinks. So that's really exciting, and we expect that to go have a lot more to report. And so for recommendation number 5, this was on the roles and responsibilities of domestic wells. And I think we're going to talk more about this today. Paul brought it up. And one note wanted to flag on this is the Water Board's Safer Fund Expenditure Plan has been updated since July, and my understanding is that the Water Board is going to be discussing it at their November meeting. And so it describes some of their plan for domestic wells this upcoming year. And then lastly is the recommendation 6 was on case studies of community experiences on drought. And so LCI is still moving forward on this as part of the state's 5th climate change assessment. And they are still taking input from interested, especially DRIP collaborative members who want to share their experiences from past droughts so that can get them documented. And there's a template that comes with that. Okay, so now before we hear a little more about counties, we're going to hear from Glenn about recommendation number 1.
Yeah. So opportunistically, there was a workshop on August 19th. So a little bit of setup. The California Water Data Summit, 2-day summit hosted at UC Davis. There was a pre-meeting workshop specifically on drought indicators and metrics. About 70 people showed up, arrived a day early, including about 25 or so urban water suppliers. It was really built on an intersection between what the California Water Data Consortium is doing on their urban water reporting pilots, the work that Alvar and his team are doing funded by NIDIS, and actually sharing what we've been doing here in the drought task force. And so we had presentations on all those three things. The highlight of the day, of the afternoon, was a breakout session where individual tables then wrote down on a worksheet what their needs were on drought indicators and metrics. It was a really useful conversation. Discussion really revolved around spatial temporal scales. What exactly do you need? What exists today? What doesn't exist? What's needed? So that prioritized gap is really a key focus. The next step is a white paper that the consortium is going to publish. And the hope is to launch a voluntary work group to help advance this. Again, this would be in addition to what Alvar's team is doing, what the NIDIS SoCal pilot is doing. We'll revisit this in the afternoon as well as a possible topic for DRIP to continue working on next year.
Great. Thanks, Glenn. Okay, so and then into recommendation number 3, just wanted to open this one up a little bit more because there's been a lot of interest in what's going on with the counties in SB 552. So this one, I just wanted to, we have 56 counties that are enrolled in the county drought resilience planning assistance program. And so that was basically seed funding or seed direct assistance to help them do their plans and put together their task forces if they hadn't already done so. And then otherwise they could receive a grant to augment this work and or direct technical assistance. So there are 6 counties that have completed the plan or the program so far. Expect several more very soon. And so that there's 10 counties that have adopted plans across the state. All the counties now have some form of task forces among those 56, and they range widely in their format and meeting times. But I just want, just flagging that the structure is really different across them. Some have come up with brand new task forces, so they have a whole new standing committee. Others have used an existing task force. For example, MODOC has had a task force since 2014, and they just restructured it a little bit in 2021 so that it does include drought response for domestic wells. That was based on SB 552 passing. Santa Cruz also has had its existing Water Advisory Commission, and so it uses that to tag on the domestic wells and the SB 552 requirements, though it did have a separate committee that put together its plan. And then their frequency differs because it gives them, there's nothing in the law that establishes how often they have to meet. And the reason I bring this up is because this is one of the conduit through which we are going to rely on as a state to connect with the locals on what the needs are as we approach the next dry period. And so where Fetty and Ryan just presented this very formal structure that's been developed, over the many years that the Urban Water Management Plan has existed, but that, they really started, knitting that together as a formal reporting system. And I don't expect that for counties, but you can think of it in part of that system of connecting what's going on locally to the state so that there can be clear understanding of what's going on between the two. So I think that's really important. So just in terms of the frequency of meeting El Dorado, they put in their plan that they're going to meet annually during normal conditions, up to 2 times a month when they hit this higher trigger of a severe shortage time. And that's based on looking at the other water systems that exist in their county so that they can have some kind of reflection on that. And Napa is similar, where they have kind of an ad hoc, they have pause outside of active drought response. And another item I just wanted to mention was that they the counties is because we meet with them every month, outside of the regular check-ins about with their task force meetings and helping along with their plans. But we hear similar issues that do come up in the DRIP collaborative. So I just wanted to highlight those. The topic of drought relevant data is something that comes up a lot. First one being, where are the domestic wells? And that comes up. Oh, it still comes up all the time. And it comes up with our discussions with the water board and, trying to figure out where is the inventory, what do we use, and how do we fix this? And the reason it's really important for counties, why they care right now as they're doing their plans, is because this is really the first step in doing their drought risk assessment. That's part of that plan, as they need to know somewhat where all their domestic wells are that they're supposedly, doing this plan for. So I just wanted to bring that up. There's lots of discussions about the discrepancies between the permit records that the counties have, if they have them electronically. A lot of the counties do still have them in file cabinets on paper, just because, that's just how it is. So, and then comparing that with the well completion reports that the DWR hosts that database. I also was just going to bring up that there's also a lot of discussion about water shortage and drought indicators. This is part of the contingency framing that a lot of the counties are using of, okay, if it gets to this, and we'll meet more frequently, could do outreach with the domestic well owners and try to begin more engagement. So that's something as those plans come out that we can look to try to understand what they're seeing as useful potential indicators of local conditions. And then lastly, just flagging, again, the roles and responsibilities, since that's come up as, just something that I don't know, continues to be a problem with the, in state discussions, but also a challenge for the locals. And the first one that counties ask is, okay, who's in charge? Do we really have to do this? Or is this me? Is this environmental health? Is this Department of Public Works, Carolina? And this is for the SB 552 county plans. But this is one of the challenges that just, sometimes it drops to the county OES, the Office of Emergency Services, and they're, trying to think, well, we don't do water. So this is especially something that's a challenge in the counties that don't have a water agency, and they feel like there is no authority over water. So what do they do? And just something that it comes up a lot. And then of course, do we really have, how do we fund the implementation of this plan that we've been developing? So we're trying to help them kind of tease out what things that they would like to do if there's funding, what things that are actually going to be done, so that they can clarify that in their plans. And there is always the continued issue of staff capacity. It's very difficult to just when it is not in their job description to do water or domestic wells, and the planning for it, to put together a task force to hold those. So just bringing those up. So that's the update on what's going on with recommendation number 3. Thanks.
Great. All right, thank you. So before we move forward, and I'm just going to let you know we're shuffling a little bit our agenda to meet some members' schedules, but just wanted to check in with all of you if there is something happening in your work that relates and touches on these recommendations from 2024 before we move forward. All right, so in the interest of time, I'm going to move us. I just want to make sure we have time for public comment. Can you check and see? Nothing? All right. Okay, thank you. All right, so what we're going to do is we intended to be very chronological, starting with communication and getting to the 2025 focus areas. But what we're going to do is we're going to get right into ecosystem, and we'll come back to it, to some of the other topics on your agenda. So we're just flipping it a little bit. But I just want to talk a little bit about our process around these recommendations and just kind of following up on the ideas that were developed for each of the focus areas. So we started with 8 different ideas. And as Glenn talked about earlier today, we tried to figure out what is the DRIP role in addressing these topics. The inform, complement, and lead. And we heard at our meeting in July that for many of these ideas, the complexity requires more research and study and bringing in different perspectives. And so as we are developing some of these ideas, we have 3 that have turned into recommendations that we met and discussed with the co-leads and the focus, the work group members. And just to highlight that the Land 2 split into 2 recommendations. So we'll hear about that in the afternoon. So what we're going to do today, acknowledging both that there's a lot of development still happening and that we have recommendations that we hope that we can finalize today and approve as we're ending the DRIP work this year. This is really in line with what we said at the beginning of the year, that we acknowledge that something's going to take more than a year, and we want to make sure we do it right rather than do it fast. So what we're going to do today is for each of the focus area, we're going to hear for the DWR contact person, just give you an update on the workgroup discussions. Several of the workgroup met with subject matter experts. So what are the learnings from them and how that helps shape the ideas and the recommendations. And then we're going to really focus on those 3 recommendations that were just boxed in. So we're going to hear about each of these recommendations, what have changed since the July, really using the recommendation template, which I'll have next to just kind of refresh your memory on what that looks like, the kind of the key pieces for each recommendation. We'll have time to discuss the recommendations, and then hopefully we'll move into a voting process. And if you remember last year, we had a 2-part to the voting process. The first part was just validating, acknowledging, making sure that the recommendation had the information it needed to have, that it was ready to be voted on and to be finalized. So we're going to do that first. And if the answer is yes, then we'll advance it to vote on it. If no, we would just make sure that we capture the necessary information and feedback that would receive so it can go back for further discussion. But we're really hopeful that given all the work that went into these recommendations, that we'll be able to move these forward. So just as a reminder, in terms of the template, each recommendation had very specific components. This was updated from last year based on the work that we did last year and the feedback. So there are 4 key areas: the general description that include the title, the focus area, the desired outcome. So that's kind of the key piece here. We also talked in the recommendation, addressed the alignment with other initiatives. How does this particular recommendation connect and link to other related efforts? Quite a bit of work around the implementation considerations. Who's going to implement, the time frame, what are the steps, and kind of a measuring success and understanding the impact. Highlight some of the potential challenges and funding needs. So again, I think the tricky thing about a recommendation is making sure that it has enough scope and intent but it doesn't dive into so much detail that would probably be part of an implementer's work. So figuring out the balance there. And as we identified 3 cross-cutting themes, those are also addressed in the recommendation template. And you should have as part of your materials the 3 templates for the recommendations. So with that, we're going to start, and I'm just going to move us forward. We're going to start with the reducing ecosystem impacts. So, Zoe, are you going to start us off, or is Reggie going to do that? Reggie's going to do that. Okay, then. Thank you.
Dueling laptops here for a second, and thank you for adjusting the schedule. That was my fault. My son is having his 6th birthday today, so I want to get back to Mount Shasta as quickly as I can. So, anyway, thanks again. The team is incredible here. If all of my meetings were this well facilitated and thought out, I would be a lot more successful. So, thank you very much. So, as we talked about, we have 3 recommendations today to look at. One of them that I worked on with an awesome group of folks, you can see up on the left there, is surrounding the idea of reducing ecosystem impacts of droughts. And so, incredibly broad topic, like all of our members or constituencies we serve. Drought impacts all of us in a lot of different ways. And so we started with a couple different concepts here that we work through, and I'll use this here. The first one was in-stream flows. We've had discussion on water rights in this group. We've talked a little bit about what in-stream flow means for, from my personal interest, the fish in California, what it means for folks that rely on it for water supply, and really kind of honing into the areas of coastal streams in Northern California, thinking about that. We also talked about the importance of habitat restoration and what that can mean for keeping water in stream, or the effect it might have in producing water resulting in water in stream for longer periods of time, thus being a benefit for drought-related ecosystem impacts. And then we talked about making sure that when you implement those habitat projects, that you make sure that you have someone or something or some backing that allows for those implementation projects to be successful long-term. Meaning once you put, say, a beaver dam analog, which places a barrier in a stream that's passable for fish, that slows water down for summer months. What if it gets wiped out in the summer, or, in a major winter storm? We see it happen all the time. Does it mean that the state's backing that? Does it mean that the implementer's backing it? What happens there? And so a lot of these we walked through and kind of vetted, thought about what we wanted to pursue. And ultimately, the direction we headed is focusing on that in-stream flow piece. In-stream flow, water rights, the requirement to have enough water in stream to balance the needs for fish and water and people. Incredibly complicated and, very controversial subject. It's amazing to be in a room with a lot of folks that can think about this creatively. And the direction we headed was to really focus on prepping ourselves for drought-related impacts and what we can do to help landowners, especially in these smaller, coastal tributary streams, how they can prep for drought-related actions, and how they can put water in stream, and how the state, NGO practitioner, tribal nations, others can help assist landowners with these solutions that allow for in-stream flows, but also direct benefit to those landowners. And so we'll get into what some of those elements mean as we talk about this recommendation. And so we shifted from a pilot project, kind of implementing in a specific watershed and thinking how we would implement that. CDFW, California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and the State Water Resource Control Board are thinking a little bit about how you can implement these pilot project type elements for in-stream flow. Long discussions have been happening for years on, again, kind of the common topic that we've found ourselves in, which is who's in charge of these elements, right? So that process is occurring, and we kind of shifted from those pilot projects to thinking about that best practices. What can landowners do to create cooperative solutions not impressed upon them through curtailments or other drought-related measures to create more water in stream. And so key considerations we looked at here is clarifying who we're talking with and who this impacts. Necessarily, I think that we all need to be a part of the solution, whether it's, municipal systems downstream, smaller systems that exist in that, say, tributary coastal valley. Certainly tribal nations that have been hugely impacted by the loss of salmon, a lot of these coastal tributaries, really everyone that sits around this table. And so we thought about including case studies. I'm from, I live in Mount Shasta. And so looking at the Shasta and Scott Rivers, what's happened in the adjudication, the drought regulations, the curtailment, the emergency regulations, and now the permanent, temporary regulations that existed during drought have now been made semi-permanent up to 2030. And so how that impacts it, think of that as a case study. Looking at Sonoma, Santa Rosa that also had those curtailments. And, other areas throughout the state that, maybe I'm not familiar with that partners can look at here that have had those impacts of in-stream flows directly regulated by the state that could have been mitigated, maybe not avoided, but helped with landowner cooperative solutions to prepare landowners in these areas and water users in the areas to be prepared for using less water during times of drought. What we're looking at is kind of a potential template to give you an example of what this could look like is an awesome guide called the Practitioner's Guide to In-Stream Flow Transactions in California. This is really pioneered by the Nature Conservancy. I have this on my desk. It's incredibly helpful. It looks specifically at working with landowners to dedicate their portion of their water right to potentially be used as in-stream flow, meaning you can do, so you have an appropriative right, you can dedicate, half of that right permanently in in-stream flow. And a lot of the first question I always get when I talk to landowners is, why the hell would I do that? And the answer to that is that it can be permissive, right? You can just have your ability to alter your water right so that the beneficial use of in-stream flow is an option, right? You could either use it, in any way you'd like as a appropriate water user, whether for crops, for ranching, et cetera. Or in times of surplus, you can dedicate that in-stream, protect that water so it goes to the mouth of that system, in anadromous waters where salmon pass through it, allowing for that flow to go all the way to the mouth, thus protecting your existing water right so that you show that beneficial use. And that beneficial use is just another way you can prove that water right. So it can actually be a really interesting tool and flexibility. And this is a really, to offer flexibility for your water right. And this is a really great practitioner's guide. So building on that, there's that 1707 petition process, kind of a wonky, somewhat difficult but awesome process that the State Water Board has pioneered to allow for that change in your water right. That's one way to do it. Another element that CalTrout, my organization, works on is identifying those landowners that identifying landowners that could have more efficient water use to create the exact same yield for crops or ranching. Noting that farming equipment is extremely expensive, we essentially make a deal with those landowners and say, hey, we'll go look for government grants, look for private funding, identify those areas where you can increase efficiency, allow yourselves to take either farming equipment or direct changes to their farming practices, maybe ditch lining. There's countless examples of water efficiency, and then asking them to dedicate their water in stream. So it's kind of a transactional relationship in that respect. But at the end of the day, more water in stream, more efficient use of water on land with exact same yield. So there's those type of case studies, but also grant subsidies from the state of California, formally from the federal government, that we could use and allow to work with landowners to implement that. There's other examples where habitat restoration directly results in more water in certain reaches during certain times of year. The Yurok tribe is pioneering that type of that type of restoration project, hyporeic repair is how I would describe it. But essentially, you rebuild stream systems that have been totally mangled through really gold mining and kind of churning up of those river systems. And if you actually rebuild the actual river itself, it'll hold more water, meaning the water won't go subsurface during certain stretches, allowing for more migratory passage, and actually, in a lot of ways, restoring the slower movement of water through these systems. And so there are a lot of different unique ways in which you can present practices that landowners can implement through cooperative means, partnering with tribal nations, with NGOs, with RCDs, with a variety of different actors to actually implement best practices and have more water in stream. Now, this is preparation for when you may hit curtailment in certain areas and where the State Water Board has identified landowner cooperative solutions to kind of remove yourselves from that curtailment bullseye. That's just a total drastic oversimplification of the issue. But if you hit certain targets and you're showing cooperation, landowners should have the ability to get some kind of positive step towards meeting the in-stream flow requirements, incentivizing more and more of those landowners to reach that. So the idea here is to build that best practices guide. The introduction purpose, this is kind of the 6 steps in which we looked at creating that best practices. Introduction purpose, obviously, framing principles and vision, really describing why this is important, why it could be an incredibly helpful tool for landowners to increase yield, to get the exact the best possible farming equipment available. Incentivizing those habitat restoration projects in a lot of these coastal streams, which is largely privately owned. And so you need to have those relationships. It's hard to go into those public areas, or it's easier to go in those public areas and working with the state than it is to incentivize landowners in these largely private areas to go out on a limb, allow NGOs like CalTrot to enter the property and manipulate their existing water system. But if we can have a guide and that framing that shows that can be a win-win, I think it'll be really successful. The current processes, what you can do, identifying barriers that exist, the tools and mechanisms from the 1707 process to habitat restoration, a number of different ways you can move forward. The practical requirements, funding, the incentives needed, the permitting associated with this, the tribal consultation, the elements that are necessary to implement, and then, lesson learned, some of those, individual case studies that we could see. So, we just identified how we'd implement this in alignment with some other initiatives. The lead would be some nonprofits from that experience. Behind the scenes, California Trout's working with Trout Unlimited and the Nature Conservancy and several other groups to kind of think about this. It's kind of some of our core work is to implement these type of in-stream flow projects, and we'd love to be able to build that guide. Of course, we need reviewers from the State Water Board, from CDFW, other local governments that we maybe aren't thinking of here, and then bringing in as many partners that want to join the conversation. Pardon me. So we talked about the alignment with that practitioner's guide. There are other elements here that are, we try to bring in and think about here, or that you should bring in to think about should you implement this recommendation, is the California Environmental Flows Framework. The Nature Conservancy pioneered that as, and there are several other, flow frameworks you can look at here. And then connecting it with the really substantial amount of funding in Prop 4 that exists through WCB, Wildlife Conservation Board, and California Department of Fish and Wildlife to identify habitat restoration, show those opportunities that exist, and then build in academic institutions and other engagement efforts that we may not listed here. So the steps it would take to implement this: assembling a drafting team, develop and outline case studies, agency review, of course, public and local review, and finalize and share it through, as many networks as we can find. We said an NGO and state networks here, but, we can identify, I'm sure, a number of other elements we could do it, whether it's through academic research institutions or others. And then measuring that success, whether it's a valuable tool or not. There are a number of challenges with any of these, so I'll walk through a couple that we want to just highlight for you all to think about. There is legal complexity in implementing 1707 petitions, for instance. It's a difficult process. I personally have been involved in a few of those transactions. It's hard. But it should be noted that it's a technical process for a lot of these. Grant writing is not always easily accessible to, certain entities that want to implement this. There's technical barriers there. There is, concerns about cooperative flow agreements. And, there's several schools of thought where you want to have that dedicated water right portion, or you can enter a forbearance agreement, which is essentially a contract with with a landowner to use some of that water for an X period of time. And there's different levels of comfort with how much water and how long that's preserved for in-stream flow. The funding and staff capacity will always be difficult, especially when you analyze or when you have to go through a permitting process through the State Water Board or any government entity. Even moving through my organization's internal grant processes, the capacity is difficult and always more is needed. And then looking at data gaps on flow criteria is also a major one. What are our targets for in-stream flow? That's not really identified on many rivers in California. And then the mitigation for some of these challenges, just early engagement, clear messaging, multi-party drafting. Excuse me. And then keeping this kind of within the scope. If we're looking at this as a productive tool that can be used, I think is the key elements there. Funding needs and considerations. The drafting, review, outreach, and translation elements would need to be funded there. How do they interact with existing government programs? Looking at the Prop 4 and WCB funding requirements and flow enhancement programs, can we actually use these tools to be helpful with that? And then, making sure we have the partnerships available. And then, of course, the equity and climate change considerations. Making sure we have as many folks and diverse mindsets as possible.
Okay, thanks, Reggie.
Yeah.
That's a lot of information that he just went through, but I just want to do a specific call out. Reggie, just terrific work.
Yeah.
It's specific, it's actionable, it's practical, it's collaborative with appropriate review. The scope was challenging to get this just right. Special call to Zoe and the work group members who contributed. So we're about to open up for discussion. And just like Arit said, after the discussion, we'll hear public comment and then actually do a vote, readiness and approval if we get there. So I know in advance of this meeting, we sent out an email. It was a short window. Not everyone had a chance to respond, but for those who did, thank you very much. There are a number of people who had comments. This is a very quick summary to help seed the conversation for today. In general, it's relatively supportive. The devil's in the details, as always. And so that's a key consideration. And I appreciated one of the other slides, the data gaps. I think whether they're targets, that's of course, a big conversation. So let's go to the next page. And Reggie, how much time do you have? I want to be.
Oh, I'm fine.
Okay, good. So as we all know, these are non-binding recommendations. We want to make sure this is at the right level of detail. What is the appropriate value add for DRIP? That's always the question that we're trying to balance. Given the details that you have seen, obviously you had received the recommendation template in full in the email, the summary as shown on the slides. I now just want to open up for questions, comments, any thoughts for Reggie? Joshua?
Thanks for the presentation. It was really formative, and I think it's great that sounded like a punk rock concert in here. I think it's really great that you're trying to clarify some things in the existing practitioners' guidelines. I like that you had a bullet point for early engagement, and I just wanted to touch on that I would try to include tribes in your parties and partners for the lead reviewers and partners, because depending on the tribe and the project, they could be the regulatory agency, they could be the restoration practitioner, and they could be the ones wanting to draw water. So I apologize that I didn't have a chance to respond to the email to give you that beforehand. And I had a second thing that I wanted to say. If I think of it, I'll raise my hand again. Thanks.
No, thank you for that. I think we absolutely 100%. And just a shout out to especially the Karuk tribe, for working on in-stream flows and pushing that conversation, especially in the Shasta and Scott. So absolutely, it's a combination of putting together folks that want to work on, or that we're recommending work on this project that maybe weren't in those initial smaller working group meetings, but absolutely, I think that's a great recommendation, and I think we should make that change. So thank you.
Let's go Sierra and Laura.
All right, well, thank you to Reggie for herding all the cats and pulling everything together. I think I'm happy with what has resulted from all of the work. I do want to say, I think it's great that this is, I think, the first recommendation DRIP has taken that's really looking at the environmental impacts of drought, which is one of the responsibilities that we, have as a group. And it's nice to see it being presented in this way now. So I really do think that there is an important role for us to be considering here, what we can do to help environmental impacts as well as, impacts to people. My only my only hesitation with this has been this whole time that, does it go far enough? I think a guidebook is, it's critical. We've heard Reggie kind of outlining all of these challenges and all of this language that is complicated. And if you're a person who lives by a creek and you have access to a creek, that is instantly impenetrable. And I'm afraid that even a guidebook, even with solid partnerships in the community with RCDs and others, is probably still not going to be enough to really move the needle, I think. But I do think that it is a good first step. And I hope that one of the outcomes can be an evaluation of some of these, just really high barriers to doing really basic, mitigations that a landowner could probably do quite easily without a lot of technical assistance. Some tanks and some and a pump and some pipes, and they could probably make a pretty big difference over time. But it is extraordinarily challenging just from a legal perspective. So I would like to see over the long term, not necessarily as, a direct requirement for this work, but really trying to move the needle on simplification in some cases. And then just making sure that it incorporates, you talked a lot about appropriative rights, but for us, riparian rights is a bigger concern. A lot of our creeks are more impacted by a lot of tiny users all throughout the creek rather than a couple big appropriative users taking large quantities of water. We don't have a lot of that in my area. So just making sure that all of that is considered as well. But I think this is great. So great work. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate those comments. And yeah, you can also do 1707s on your riparian rights, and this will absolutely affect riparian right users, and especially on those small creeks. Yeah, perfect representation of those being critical, players in that in-stream flow. And yeah, the more small tank and forbearance stuff we can do, the better. So appreciate that.
So I don't have any questions, but I wanted to commend the committee or the group because I think that it was very thoughtful. I think it's an amazing, great start. I think as we move forward, things like what Sierra mentioned are going to come up, but I think just getting to where you got today, congratulations to the group.
Josh, back to you.
Thanks. I just also wanted to add, in the email, the PDF that was sent out in the email, there was a couple of mentions of safe harbor agreements, and I think that if they're included, maybe there should be some very direct and specific language surrounding safe harbor agreements, just because they can be contentious.
Yeah, as someone who's part of that contentious one that maybe we're both thinking about, agreed. Yeah, I think that's a good point. I think we can clarify, what that means, and that guidance is critical because we've seen what happens when it's not implemented properly.
Paul?
Yeah, and I think Sierra and others kind of said, looking at droughts, big things we end out you know, the most immediate things, dry wells, ecosystem impacts, and this kind of, you know, scratches the surface on sort of the main things on in-stream flows and impacts on ecosystems. So a lot of good work commended here. And I think the shift towards this broader topic on guidebook kind of really, I think, emphasizes, I think, what I was thinking about, the dynamics of this topic, which is very complicated. You know, and I think doesn't necessarily have an immediate sort of solution to it right now. And you've kind of hit on a lot of the topics that need to be discussed, particularly with some of the entities that need to be brought in with the agencies and agriculture and some of the others that need to be part. And it's going to be dynamic because there's going to be some changes that go on, either regulatory wise with water rights and some of those changes. And then also the Sustainable Groundwater Management Office is going to be coming out hopefully by the end of the year with guidance for depletion of interconnected surface water. And that's going to change some of the dynamics on groundwater extraction that's going to affect in-stream flows, hopefully in a real positive way that will bring some resiliency for drought. So I think having, you know, if this goes forward, you know, a ongoing discussion on these dynamics, bringing in a broader group, as you've discussed, will be really, really good to try to, you know, broaden the discussion on the topic of this. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you, Paul.
Excellent. Alvar?
Hi, Regis. Thanks so much for this. I'm also, as many have said, thanking you for putting this. I think it's really important that we work with environmental issues related to drought. I had a suggestion. I'm just blanking now. I don't know if I mean I read the recommendation. I don't know if I read this thing that I'm thinking about. I'm just thinking that this is a long-standing issue in California, and it's not even about droughts. It's a long-term issue. So what I was thinking, and this is just related to this group and about droughts, I mean, we totally could approve this in terms of long-term issues, but it would be interesting to see how this changes during droughts. So which additional things could be helpful during drought, or within this framework, what happens during droughts? So is there a special consideration during droughts versus long-term? Just consider this thing between long-term environmental flows versus during drought environmental needs. I don't know if you can or not, but I think it could be an interesting topic.
I think it's a really interesting one. When you look at case studies of curtailment in just looking at the Shasta Valley, you see more water in those streams during curtailment and government emergency declarations during drought than you see in normal water years. And so there's some analysis that needs to be done there and tweaked, because that's probably pretty accurate a lot of places you see in California. So it is absolutely not just a drought issue. And it's a much larger conversation about identifying in-stream flows and then trying to hit those targets, which we have not done in California.
Emily?
I just want to thank Reggie, because I will always support the terms of voluntary, cooperative, incentive-based approaches. So thank you for that.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, I just want to acknowledge those are really great comments. Level of detail, how specific they are, the different perspectives that everyone's adding. So thank you very much. One quick question, as we know, the California Water Commission did their report as well, and this is fully consistent with some of their recommendations as well. Is that correct, Reggie?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, yeah, I'd have to think about that a little more and look at the documents, but I don't think there's anything that's. I'm getting a thumbs up from Zoe, so I'm going to say yes.
Yes. Okay. Okay, other comments? Otherwise, I'm going to turn it over to public comment to see if anyone has a public comment, and then we're actually going to do the readiness vote and then the final vote if we get there. Okay, actually, yes, please. Mark, right?
Mark Commendatory with Department of Water Resources. I'm helping out the subgroup, and I just want to let everybody know that Great job, Reggie. Great job, everyone today. And it's been fantastic being here. One of the important things that comes with the in-stream flow is temperature, and an integrated approach with groundwater work and local work from the partners, landowners is really going to help that go a long way. And we're discussing that in our working group. So I just want to let everybody know we're aware of that. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you for that. Yeah, it's a critical component. So thank you for mentioning it.
Okay, well, that's a great start to the public comments, even though you're the department. Are there other public comments on the Zoom at all? Okay, no. Any other additional comments before we go to the readiness vote? So as Arit mentioned, very similar to what we did 1 year ago, we're just going to do a quick raise of hands. This is a little bit of an eye chart, but it simply says we'll do the readiness vote, supermajority, 2/3. There's about 17 people here, so that's about 11. So if 11 people raise their hand, I'm referring to DRIP members, obviously, then we will go to the final vote, and that is simple majority. So of the 17, and you can, as long as we have, do the math, 9, it will be considered approved, and then it'll go into the DRIP annual report. It's going to go in regardless for the conversation, but whether it's approved or not. Okay. Is the process clear before we do the vote? Because I want to just make sure everyone's tracking. Okay. Readiness vote. Raise your hand if you think it is ready to be voted on. There's sufficient level of detail. Okay, excellent. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, essentially everyone, which is 17. Awesome. Okay. Do you have a? Oh, she's already voting for the final vote. Exactly. Very good point. That's why we did this. Okay, final vote. Raise your hand if you are supportive. Okay. That's everyone. Excellent. Okay. So congratulations, everyone, not just Reggie, but the work group, everyone who's contributed, everyone who read the document. Great discussion. I love the comment, Laura. Great start. Love the comments here. Like this touches upon and interacts with so many other things, but as we chip away at it, I think it's a very great start. Okay. Zoe, did you have any other comments? Okay. Okay. So are we? Okay. I guess we're going to lunch.
Glenn,
And
Since it's 12:40 right now, if we can just get back 1:35, just so we have 5 minutes to kind of get back into your seat so we can start. We'll do a roll call again, and then we'll continue on. So enjoy lunch. Yeah, question?
I just wanted to know if I could say a quick couple things just because I'm going to be leaving after lunch and this is my last meeting. So just had a couple notes that I had down here. My term is up. Nothing's wrong or anything like that. I've loved being on DRIP and getting to meet all of you, but I think California ag is very diverse. It's more than just walnut farmers in San Joaquin County. So there should be a different voice around the table at some point. So I think now's the time. I wrote a couple notes here. One, just wanted to share one of my core beliefs in California water is that California water and the future California water should not be a zero-sum game. And I think it's through meetings like this and getting to meet people with different perspectives that we can work together to make sure that the future of California water benefits all people, plants, and animals in the state. So I've enjoyed being a part of this group because I think it helps pursue that future. If you all never ever need any farmers on any of your committees or anything you're working on, I'm more than happy to be a part of anything that you've done. And if you're ever looking to do a farm tour or a recharge tour, please reach out and I'd be more than glad to do that for you. In fact, I'll consider it an insult if you're over in Eastern San Joaquin County and don't stop by. So, and then I can't thank staff enough for your help in welcoming nature the last few years. It really has been wonderful. And the last thing I'll say is, of course, it is harvest season. That's why I'm leaving. So I did bring a bag of walnuts for everyone. There's Ziploc bags there, so make sure you take some on your way out because I'm leaving it here and I'd rather it go to someone to eat rather than getting thrown out because that would just be a waste of water. So thanks, everyone. Appreciate it.
Wandering part to the land's heart's dry as bone, crying out the sky's bleeding storm song. Desperation runs deep in dusty ground. Thirsty souls search where no solace found. Ancient streams whisper through forgotten dreams, seeking truth in the flow of gentle means. Silent prayers echo in the wild night air. Every drop brings hope like we declare. Water bringing to our weary souls, life's blood flowing through the cracked holes. Healing power in here we cry. Every drop of promise we won't die. Whoa. Stand beneath the sunlit sky. Mountains bow down as the waters fly. Tides of change in every endless wave. Salvation found and the land is safe. Plains of old telling tales untold. Treasures hidden with gold. Roots reach deep in the dark embrace. Touched by the light that they now take. In the heart of storms, when all seems lost, carried by currents, no matter the thought, cycles spinning round again and again. Water's value never to be slain. Water bringing life to our weary souls. Life's blood flowing through the cracked holes. Healing power in each beat we cry. Every drop of promise we won't die. Whoa. Water bringing breath to a weary soul. Life's blood flowing through the cracked holes. Healing power in each tear we cry. Every drop of promise we won't die. Whoa! Every drop of promise we won't die. Every drop of promise we won't die. Like a whisper in the dawn, soft and clear. A drop of water falls, giving life to hear. It dances on the petals, makes the green fields grow. A silent pledge of life in its gentle flow. In the river song, where the rapids play, life springs forth with each splash and spray. Through the valleys deep and mountains high, water's promise blooms beneath the sky. Oh, water flows with tales untold, bringing life anew as the world unfolds. In each crystal drop, in each tiny stream, lives are nurtured, hope is redeemed. Hear the rainfall serenade, so pure and bright, a lullaby of life in the quiet night. Through the parched desert and the thirsty plain, water's touch brings joy again. The ocean steps to morning's dew. Life finds a way, and the water's true. In each ripple, wave, and flowing tide, hope flows forth and dreams reside. Oh, water flow with tales untold, bringing life anew as the world unfolds. In each crystal drop, in each tiny stream, lives are nurtured, hope is redeemed. Oh, water flow with tales untold, bringing life anew as the world unfolds. In each crystal drop, in each tiny stream, lives are nurtured, hope is redeemed.
Refreshing as water in the late spring. Refreshing as water in the late spring. Refreshing as water in late spring. Water late spring. Spring, spring, spring. Spring, spring,
Water rushes through the canyon wall so high. Whispers of the wild, it's a sight you can't deny. Mountains tremble as the currents break free. Nature's fury relentless and wild as can be. Roaring thunder echoes in the night Endless power, lighting up with pride. Trees bow down to the water's will. Untamed energy, no moment stands still. Rivers are raging, hearts are breaking. Chaos and motion, all the world shaking. The swirl of madness, we can't find peace. Rivers keep raging till the storms release. Wind howls warnings of the surge ahead. Ancient spirits waken from their bed. Boulders crumble, lost to the stream. Madness in the water, like a waking dream. We're standing on the edge, looking down below. Feeling the intensity of the river's flow. No calm in sight. It's a wild ride. Hold on tight, let the forces collide. Hearts are breaking. Chaos and motion, all the world shaking. In the swirl of madness, we can't find peace. Rivers keep raging till the storms release. Till the storms release.
All right, everyone, we're going to get started. Hope you had a nice lunch and that you found few minutes to warm up in the sun because it's freezing in here. So we're going to start with just establishing the quorum again, and then we'll move forward. So no one else outside? Sierra just walked out. It was a fleeting moment. All right, okay. I'll start with a quorum just so we can move forward to make sure that we have 14. Alvarez Krivabu, Anna Schiller, Caitlin Loventhal, Carolina Hernandez. Okay. Emily Rooney, missing. Josh Cahill, Karen Mogus, Laura Ramos, Lorena Munoz, Maria Gallegos Herrera, Natalie Cuffle, Paul Goslin, Sierra Ryan, Tiffany Tran, Tim Worley, and Virginia Jameson. So we are at 14. 14. Okay, well, it's a good thing we're not starting with any voting. So hopefully we'll make sure that we have our quorum so we can vote on the recommendations. All right, so since we shifted a little bit, we've done the math and hopefully it still works out. We're going to hear about the work of the communication work group, the infrastructure, and then we're going to get into land use where we have 2 recommendations to consider today. So that's the work we're going to do. We'll take a break and then we'll come back to talk about our work in 2026. So I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Orit. It's always a pleasure to present right after lunch. Everybody's ready to go. This actually probably is a good pivot because these 2 agenda items are more informational. So we'll slowly do a roll into working up through this afternoon. So this first agenda item, communications for drought and water shortage. This is out of the drought narrative and definition work group that we had back in 2024. And we haven't had a work group meeting in a long time, so we did hold one in, I think it was early September, right? And we began the meeting kind of stepping back, giving a little bit of a broader view of how the recommendation was developed in 2023 and 2024, where it pivoted a little bit. There's components taken out of it and placed in the indicators and metrics recommendation, and it didn't move forward, right? And with that, we wanted to take an evaluation of the communication recommendation and to reevaluate the recommendation and discuss the level of engagement that we should continue on with this focus area or the specific topic of communications. So we asked to consider different levels of engagement for the communication effort, focusing on 3 potential pathways: inform, complement, and lead. And the goal was really to clarify how the group could move forward and was encouraged to reflect on which pathway best aligns with the collaborative's goals and capacity. We discussed a few pathways where this could work and land for the DRIP collaborative. So we have 2. We have inform, which is this slide here. And some ideas that came out of our discussion were to receive drought communication presentations and hear about their plan to prepare to communicate for the next drought. This is a list of different levels of governance or responsible entities we maybe like to hear from. So it'll be the state agencies, counties, water agencies, small water system representatives. Another idea that we had was to collect or continue to collect and review existing drought communication plans. There are more existing guidelines out there. Our own Tiffany Tran was an author of a key one that we were reflecting on during the meeting. So it'd be good to have that library of knowledge, so to speak. and then possibly share it as a non-exhaustive list of drought communication information to share with the DRIP Collaborative and receive feedback. And then also to hear from subject matter experts on potential triggers for drought emergency, specifically about messaging and understanding how to change their messaging. And so that's the pathway for Inform. The next one we have is for Complement. And some ideas we had for Complement were to learn about capabilities, methods, and cadence on communication drought from existing plans and programs. One key capability discussed was to communicate to different and diverse communities about drought, specifically like translating to diverse and different communities, and maybe share those abilities with other entities that maybe lack those capabilities as well. So that could be a complementary idea. Another complementary idea could be to hear from practitioners developing communication plans, maybe they're in the middle of doing it, and to share our knowledge and experiences and best practices with them to help inform as they develop their plans. Another idea was to have a presentation for water agencies' drought communication plans that exist, and learn and share our knowledge and experiences and best practices. And then lastly, to hear from county drought contingency plans, because those plans have a communication plan within those contingency plans, and to learn about those communication components and to share amongst different counties as well as compare what one county is doing in their contingency plans about communication to other counties. So those are the different ideas that we've had around implementation, or excuse me, about the I and the C and L on the level of engagement. So ultimately, we think the DRIP Collaborative should step back from trying to develop a recommendation around communications and move towards the Inform and Complement level of engagement, focusing on gathering more information, staying up to date on related efforts such as Save Our Water and California Water Watch platform to inform and align the recommendations with existing initiatives. So with that, I'll pause there. I'll turn to any of our members in our work group if they had anything to add or confirm what I said was what we discussed. So Tim, Tiffany, Laura, any thoughts?
Yeah, I can add. So I took kind of the contents of our meeting and mentioned them to KUA's member agencies to get some of their feedback. And they said, I think, particularly for the larger water agencies, a lot of them have their own materials. And something that is really great is like the state has the whole Save Our Water kind of backlog of resources to kind of align messaging. And I think that those communication channels are open between the state's resources and some of the larger water agencies. And so somewhere I think that would be great to focus is similar to a lot of the themes here, is focusing on getting smaller, lesser resource agencies some of those communication materials as well.
Share the wealth. Yeah. Maria, you had a question? Or?
Yeah, when you it's listed the water system representatives, does that include like nonprofits that work with those communities more directly?
Sure. Yeah, definitely. Especially because they're probably representing those small water agencies or domestic wells and community wells that don't have membership or have the capacity to really kind of engage, right? So those NGOs would definitely be open to hearing from them. Anyone else? Okay, I think on this agenda item, we're pivoting to public comment. I don't think we have anybody in person. We'll look to our tech team. No one on the chat. Thank you. So we'll close this item for now. And then we'll turn to the 2025 ideas for water infrastructure and planning. This is a refresher for the work group members and our co-lead, Emily Rooney. So this slide represents the ideas that we came up, we heard from in July, and we heard from the membership that we basically wanted to hear more and be more informed So our work group was set up to receive 3 subject matter expert presentations. Unfortunately, it was really long and we didn't get to a third subject matter expert. So we'll dive a little bit deeper into that as well. So the first subject matter expert who presented was Lance Eckhart. He's the general manager and chief hydrologist for the San Gorgonio Pass Water Agency, easy to say, and previously as the general manager at the Mojave Water Agency. He spoke about his experience at these 2 agencies, which took leadership positions to assist small water systems in their respective watersheds. He described both service areas and watersheds, as you see on the screen here, for each water agency, and a desire to do the right thing and assist small water systems to be compliant and improve their water system's resiliency to help strengthen the watershed for all. So Lance's key takeaways during his presentation, one of the biggest ones was partnership with nonprofits, because those nonprofits fill a role that some of the large agencies might not be able to respond to some of the smaller agencies' needs. And that there are successes and there's a lot of learning, and that needs to be shared within not only the watershed, but others. And then it's a repeatable formula, right? He was able to kind of do this initially with the Mojave Water Agency and their watershed, but then also at the San Gorgonio Pass Water Agency, to the tune of his agency set up a $15 million credit line or line of credit for smaller agencies to tap into to help bridge the gap between some of their funding needs that may not arrive. Let's say there's state or federal funds and there's a time element that you can't implement the work on time, or there's a reimbursement where they don't have the funds available to kind of implement their work. So that fund was really key to help kind of bridge that gap for some of their finance needs. Where am I now? The larger water agencies need to take lead roles with financial assistance. And sometimes it's helping them apply for state and federal grants, and to engage with small water systems. We learned that some of these small water systems, they don't have the capacity, they don't have leadership, they don't have membership to really be active in some of their larger planning in their watershed area. So they had to kind of reach out. They had to go to their homes literally to have these discussions. They also look to share institutional knowledge, kind of be this big brother to some of these smaller agencies, to help develop trust within their watershed, because obviously, you know, we've all kind of worked in complex areas, and developing relationships and trust are one of those key aspects of getting things done. Lance also said the need to identify small water system needs, the training, the management, or financial needs that they have. And then, like I said, the key component of partnering with nonprofits to address specific needs. So maybe those large water agencies don't have the experience or the technical assistance they provide to those smaller agencies, but a nonprofit might be able to. So that partnership would be key to kind of fill that gap. And then to really take the time with small water agencies and manage the process over time, right? These things don't materialize within 30 days and things just happen. It's going to take a while. And so they kind of hold the smaller water system's hand through the whole process. Lastly, use the success, advertise it, tell people it works, advocate to get other small water system agencies to get involved and get connected and partner. And then it's repeat, reapply. So that was Lance's presentation. The second one was from Tim Godwin. He's the technical and policy advisor to the Sustainable Water Management Division's Deputy Director, sitting right there at the department. He gave an overview of the groundwater recharge since 2023, with the note that we were able to capture approximately 400,000 acre feet through floodwater diversions onto 90,000 acres under an executive order and a flood diversion and recharge program, enhancement program. So that highlighted that many basins, like a depleted Central Valley Basin, have the strong potential to pursue recharge, groundwater recharge, which is one of the principal goals in the state's 2022 water supply strategy. So Tim's takeaways are, there are different pathways to groundwater recharge, and he talked about two categories. One is permitted through the Water Board. The Water Board set up new temporary permits. I think they're 180 days and 5-year terms for those temporary permits, and then the standard water rights. The other pathway could be a non-permitted pathway, which takes advantage of emergency executive orders that were done in 2023 that were codified in Water Code 1242.1 for flood diversions, to use flood diversions for groundwater recharge. And then there are other executive orders since then. Tim also talked about the challenges for implementing both of those pathways. For the permitted, they're very complex. Sometimes it takes the level of work and engagement to do the temporary permits as it is to do the standard water rights permits. And then there's a time element too, and understanding when you're going to apply and when it might be available to kind of match up the variety of the hydrology and meteorology when those flood flows might happen. So that interchange is a very tough road to travel. For non-permit pathways, there are requirements under 1242.1, particularly a requirement to have local flood plans in place. And there aren't a lot, or maybe there's just a few in the state. So it's very hard to use that water code that would permit those flood diversions for recharge. And then there's a requirement for delta conditions as well. And that could be a tough road to go down. The other challenges to implement are around water quality issues, particularly for recharge, and land use considerations. But Tim did have an optimistic approach that, we are trying to overcome some of these challenges. There's a lot of technical assistance and modeling tools that the department has provided. There's a basin characterization program to help locals understand their local basins. There's a site selection and monitoring. There are guidance documents on best practices. And there's more information on a website now called Groundwater Live that lets practitioners access and collect data from there as well. And lastly, there's financial support as well. It's not here yet, but eventually Prop 4 funding will be rolled out to help assist with groundwater recharge. So I'm going to preface this next slide by stating again that we didn't have a lot of time in our work group to kind of talk, discuss, deliberate things on next steps. So for now, I think what we are going to recommend is that we still kind of in that mode to continue to learn and inform to help discuss and advance the idea into the ICL level of engagement. So for the idea one for supporting vulnerable and water systems, small water systems, infrastructure, we'll continue to be informed to increase our knowledge, to learn about partnerships that are being done between larger agencies and smaller water systems, and explore how the state supports those efforts, like through the water studies or the watershed resilience program that's being implemented now. There's potential funding as well as technical support to help those in those watersheds to take a more holistic approach to improving that water in the watershed. For the idea 3, establish groundwater recharge infrastructure program for local drought resilience. The idea is to receive presentations for DWR and Water Board on the progress on improving permitting for groundwater recharge. I think this was mentioned earlier this morning, this idea. And then to inform and build capacity in regions, we need partnerships to develop and scale up groundwater recharge. So we'll look and to see how partners tap into state support once that state support rolls around for Prop 4. So with that, I'll pause here. I'll look to any of our work group members if they want to augment anything I've said or confirm. Tim, I'll start with you.
Thanks, Anthony. Excuse me. I think that we have a lot more to inform ourselves about the small vulnerable water systems. And just bear with me for a minute. I have to get this off my chest. I think that it's too easy for some people to blame the victim almost. What set me off was, and I have huge respect for Janine Jones, but when she referred to problem children, it got under my skin. And I think that within this group, we need to all understand that the people in those small and very small water systems should not be blamed for their shortcomings. We all know they have limits on their technical, managerial, and financial capabilities. But they have also, in most cases, been managing those systems the best they can, sometimes for many years. And so we don't, at least I don't blame poor people in this country for the shortcomings that they have when a lot of our economic system is stacked against them. And it's the same for small vulnerable water systems. We need to be understanding and not dismissive or punitive. So I wanted to get that out there. I think within this group, we really need to understand that and be sensitive. So I think I'm just reinforcing that there's a lot more informing that we need to do. It's too bad that we didn't get to the second item in the infrastructure group, because I think at the local level, there are some ideas that are coming out. For instance, I participate with the Los Angeles County Public Works in their water plan work group on small at-risk systems. And through that and through some other efforts, there are ideas that are emerging about how we might need to think about different levels, sort of tweaking our rules to make some rules apply differently to those smaller systems, which have less capacity. But anyway, that's a different one that we didn't get to. But so I'm just reinforcing that there's still a lot more that we can inform ourselves about.
Thanks, Anthony, and thanks for the comments, Tim. So I concur. I think there's a lot more we can do here. And just having some conversations recently about, the speed at which we need to move and what's appropriate. I'd really like to see us continue, and I'll make my commitment to this item as well, continue to move to inform and continue to discuss, and maybe understanding that finding or understanding the problem statement in this topic is difficult, and it takes a lot of time to form. And so that we need to do that. I think if we can, we need to spend the time on it. That's my recommendation. And then we can apply some of the other things, as Tim mentioned. LA County, the county I'm representing here today, does have a LA County water plan, and we're focusing on small water systems as one of the things that we're looking at and addressing. And what I find is there's so much commonality, and, you know, we happen to be the most populous county in the state, but it doesn't mean that we don't have both urban and rural issues even within that county. And so, you know, we have so much in common throughout the state on this topic that I think it really behooves this group to continue to have this conversation and try to formulate the issues better and understand what we can all do at different levels. I'm obviously representing local government, but what we can do at different levels to support, inform. And this has a lot of crossover with communication as well. And how, and when we get down into one, understanding the issue that requires a lot of communication, but then also in ultimately tackling what can be done and what can we do to, as DRIP, to bring potential solutions forward and things like that. So that being said, I found that the two presenters were hugely valuable to our understanding. And I want to speak specifically to Mr. Eckhart. And one of the things that I thought was valuable there is trying to understand what worked in the Coachella Valley, right? How were they successful in engaging those small water systems? And frankly, what was the incentive that the Mojave Water Agency had to do this, right? You know, how did they bring people, how did they gain this trust? So for me, in my role in this committee, but then also my role in LA County, that was hugely valuable so that I can try to apply maybe that experience a little bit better and understand what we could do. Specifically what I need to bring to my board, which is a lot of what's happening. And I kind of, I'm going to now transfer to that topic about how we actually sell things to, you know, our boards or whomever, and what that incentive needs to be. So all of these people that, you know, Tim spoke of, they're somebody's constituent, right? And so in LA County, the reason why, well, there's a lot of reasons why we have a county water plan, but specifically that we're focusing on small water systems is because, you know, frankly, LA County only has one municipal water system that they oversee. And we have like 200 water agencies, literally over 200 water agencies in LA County. And I happen to be the general manager for the LA County Waterworks districts. But, you know, my role isn't everywhere. And, you know, I just mentioned we have something like 88 cities and over 200 water agencies. The point being is that everybody, though, that lives in LA County is a constituent of the LA County Board of Supervisors. And that includes those that are responsible for small water systems. And so they need to care, right? They do care in the case of my board, but to what degree can we help? What is appropriate? And those are the kinds of things that I thought it was very helpful listening to Mr. Eckhart, and why I think ultimately that we need to continue to have this conversation so we can have something that's a recommendation that we can put forth here as a group, but then also can be very practically applied at a local level. And a lot of that had to do, and if we, you know, look back at that slide, with those partnerships with nonprofits and that trust building and that communication, back to communication. In LA County, a lot of work sessions and listening sessions and bringing those small water representatives at the same table. Sometimes they don't even know each other, right? But they have so many common interests. So I'll stop with that. But that's enough of my advocacy of why we need to continue. Thank you.
During the work groups. Were there any other questions? I see another tent up. Maybe not. Okay, so
Anthony?
yes.
Just want to say that I heard from our tech team that with regard to your comment, Tim, there were several people who clapped and thumbs up your comments. So I just wanted to know, because we don't get to see that, and maybe that's public comment, but just wanted you to be aware.
Thanks for adding that, Marie. With that, I don't see any other hands. Anybody in the audience today? No comments? Anybody online? I'm getting a no. Okay. So that ends it for those two agenda items. And I think we move on to land use planning. So turning it over to Julie now. So here, now we're starting to ramp up. Get ready.
Okay. Yes, okay, so to wake you up, not that that wasn't an exciting conversation, but this maybe, we are shifting gears. So we are diving into the land use planning for drought resilience focus area. And so this work group, I'm going to do the quick kind of overview. Oh, okay. I thought they could pass it. They could pass it. There's more fruit outside, grapes and tangerines and apples and things. And there's cookies out there too, but I didn't know how to pass that. Walnuts and persimmons. Yes, thank you. Okay, so, and tea. Okay, so I'm going to talk while you guys look at your candy because there's a variety in there. And so the work group met on September 12th. And then we also had with the co-lead some additional meetings with subject matter experts. So that was Megan McMullen from UCLA, Greg Pierce from UCLA, both of them are for the Luskin Center. And also Debbie Franco, who was previously at OPR LCI, and is now the director of the Watershed Solutions Network. And so this group's has convened on the premise that land use planning, no offense to land use planning, but it often overlooks water availability and drought risks and groundwater constraints. And this can or does result in development that that strains water resources and can undermine climate resilience if it doesn't better account for it into the future. And so the three idea spaces that seem to stick for this group was the support for land repurposing in the age of Sigma implementation. And the second is the nexus of housing growth and water planning. And then the third was the interest in incorporating water into the general plan guidance and as a way to help build this bridge for land use planners to account for water. And so I'm going to give you a snapshot of how things are going to move forward from that work group meeting and discussions. And then I am going to hand it over to Sierra and Natalie to walk through the recommendation drafts. So this one, so the first is the land repurposing. And I'd say whether this idea fits as complement or a lead effort by the DRIP Collaborative is still kind of a big question. So we don't have a template. We didn't have a template for you to review at this point, but this really focused on how to expand the success of the multi-benefit land repurposing program. And so the discussion seemed to coalesce around a couple of ideas. And Anna's here, so she can always correct me. So one was creating an inventory of resources available to make that available for regional planners. So looking at the funding, ongoing related planning processes, technical tools, and guidance materials, and also really honing in and making available lessons learned from the regions implementing the multi-benefit land repurposing program. And also tracking that progress. And the second one was establishing an expert advisory group and to vet and maintain this resource inventory, but also be able to provide technical input. And so just, and more generally, that gets to something that's come up over and over this year is the importance of building and supporting regional capacity. And so, just flagging that because it seems like it's almost a cross-cutting theme at this point. But and so the work group also discussed ideas on connecting regional capacity support with other existing programs or upcoming programs and how that could work. And and then how to support funding staff time to maintain coordination at regional levels, because staff time is, that all that coordination does take a lot of staff time. So it seemed where we landed was that the group would benefit from more discussion time in 2026 on this, especially exploring connections to LCIs and the Strategic Growth Council's work on regional capacity support and tools that they have. So I don't know if is that do it justice, Anna, or you want to speak to it?
No, thanks, Julie. I think you covered well the breadth of ideas that we discussed and the possibilities, and really underscored some of the key points, which is that agricultural land use transitions are happening. There is an existing state program, the Multi-Benefit Land Repurposing Program, to support with that. But the scale of the need is much greater than what is going to be available within that program alone. So thinking about how we can transfer learnings and connect regional planners to resources and best practice guidance, things of that nature, to better equip regions to be making those really tough decisions that are, there's some long-term trends that are driving those transitions, and then there are going to be these short-term shocks in drought periods as well that are really going to hit home and make clear how important and how fruitful advanced planning around agricultural land use transitions can be. So really would love to keep talking about this next year. And in particular, I think we are going to have a stronger recommendation the more we can be collaborating as the DRIP and recognizing that there are many complementary resources and folks thinking about this issue from different angles. So very open to broadening the discussion as well in terms of incorporating the work of different groups and agencies that are thinking about this topic through different lenses.
Great. Thanks, Anna. So now I'm supposed to give the soundbite quick snapshot of the other three pieces of this. So actually it was supposed to be two, but so what was the second land use planning idea for this group? It's been split into two, and they are very related to each other, but the co-leads decided right after that July meeting, I'd say, so before our work group, that they really deserve dedicated analyses and follow through separately. They do require different types of expertise. So you'll see that as we walk through them. But so what we're calling the Land 2A, it centers on California's housing and water planning processes, that because they operate on different timelines and under different mandates and with pretty limited coordination. So Sierra is going to walk through this one, what that recommendation proposes in just a minute. And so one thing that had come up in that work group meeting and with the discussions with the subject matter experts is the importance of putting these deliverables. That is not the DRIP that's going to do these, but they're putting out these, if somebody takes these on, we want them to be practical and grounded in real world needs and experiences, so that it's not just a high level type of issue paper or assessment. So the group agreed that the planning alignment assessment also does a timelines analysis and a coordinations analysis, but also case studies. And then also to remember to incorporate equity, affordability, and domestic well considerations. So big lift, but putting it all out there. And so this one was agreed by the group to be a lead item back in July. And so we had sent you that template. The second one, Land 2B, the second part of that housing water nexus, was really diving into whether and where there is sufficient water supply and wastewater capacity regionally to support future housing growth. And so the work group teased out what deliverables could look like. And again, they highlighted the need to consider equity related to small systems and domestic wells. Even though this is probably largely looking at urban suppliers and their capacity. And so we're going to get into the details with Natalie. But before we dive into those, I I do need to just give a moment for the credit of what was we call Land 3. So that was the third or fourth-ish idea of this land use planning work group. And it really zeroes in on this needs for integration between land use planning and water. And there's it was based on this, the need to better align with general plans, for general plans need to align better with water planning and management. And the members had raised, thought it was back in May, but it actually, going back, looking at notes from October, it was already in the slides last October. So this has been something that has come up quite a bit, is the interest in a water element. And so because LCI was already doing its general plan guidance update, and at this same timeline right now, it has just launched, and they already intended to do an optional guidance or guidance for those that are interested in doing the optional water element. Well, through this, DWR is working with LCI to help them augment and get additional feedback to participate in that process. And so what we've done as part of this complement one, this was so a way that there's an ongoing process and DRIP can contribute to it in some way, but it's not like DRIP is leading it from scratch. And so what this one is we hosted a survey a few weeks ago or back in September. And then based on that, we hosted a workshop with LCI and brought water planners together to get more input, and then invited the work group members from this work group that are non-state agencies to participate. So some of the work group members did, and thank you very much for those that were able to make it. And so we pulled together all the input that was received during that workshop to hand it over to LCI to help incorporate into their development of this guidance. So, and we will continue to work with LCI over the next year or so on this, and looking into the next steps being something more of a complementary resource, looking at a drought alignment planning guide so that it can be helpful to across, or even a water alignment plan guidance on how to do that, so that it's something that's useful for water planners and for the land use planners. So those are all that's the quick update on this focus area and work group. So now I'm going to hand it over to Sierra Ryan to come and walk us through where we landed on this aligning communication and planning timelines for housing and water.
All right. Thank you, Julie. Thanks, everyone. So this issue, when we first were talking 6 months ago at these sessions, trying to figure out what we would do, and this idea was sort of pitched, it seemed huge and intractable. And I really think that over the last 6 months, with the help of the work group and our subject matter experts, we've actually broken out a couple really simple, bite-sized pieces, kind of low-hanging fruit that I think would be really beneficial, and also really nothing huge, nothing like life-changing. It sort of seems kind of like a just obvious next step and a really good role for DRIP. Hopefully you all agree. So like Julie was saying, we split the water and land use nexus into a couple of different subsections. And I'm going to be talking about just the current misalignment between land use planning and water planning. This came about based on some experiences that we've heard about anecdotally, just situations where there are conflicts between the timing of water projects being designed or needed based on groundwater sustainability plans and water shortage contingency plan implementation, and housing, which has been really a hot button issue in California, certainly a very important issue, and obviously something that we want to support, which I hope is really clear as this is coming, as we're kind of unrolling what we're discussing here. So we think that one of the very simple first steps could just be a sort of a 3-part process analyzing these timeframes. So for example, looking at the timelines associated with things like the groundwater sustainability plans, which have periodic updates every 5 years. RENA cycles are every 8 years, as are the housing elements for general plans, also every 8 years. Urban water management plans and the water shortage contingency plans are every 5 years. Private development activity can be sort of ongoing. Water projects, actual like making of new water, those projects take at least 10 years in most cases. No matter what the type, if it's recharge, maybe it's not as long, but if you're talking recycled water, desalination, if you're doing injection wells, this takes a really, really long time. And so you start planning these projects a good 10 to 15 years before they're really going to be implemented. And you plan them based on projected water demand looking forward. And so if that then gets blown up halfway through this process because of changes to housing allocations or changes in the groundwater sustainability plans, it can be really problematic and expensive. So we're basically saying really simply, let's just look at the timeframes of these different planning processes and find out ways that they could be more integrated, identify who the interested parties are, who's doing these different planning processes, who's overseeing these requirements, who are the regulators, and identifying where there are misalignments, and then proposing solutions to those timing misalignments. And then highlighting strategies and incentives that would basically help make this proactive, proactive planning, proactive integration of land use needs and water needs. Part two and three are kind of two sides of the same coin. They're looking at case studies where there have been misalignments, where changes came a little bit too late in the planning process. It creates, it might throw a wrench in a groundwater sustainability plan's ability to achieve their sustainability on time. It might make housing projects really challenging. A little side note here, I'm just going to read the title of an article that was sent to the work group. Nearly 500,000 new Arizona homes halted due to water crisis. And that was basically their department, Arizona's Department of Water Resources, saying, actually, there's not enough water for these 500,000 homes that have already been planned to be developed. So we don't want to see similar newspaper headlines in California. And then the other side of that is case studies where there was good alignment and planning and coordination that really worked out the kinks rather than finding them partway through a very expensive and time-consuming process. So the outcomes of this overall, improving local coordination, that's the primary goal. It really comes down to the local level, the people who are boots on the ground doing this kind of work. Deliverables would be targeted towards regional, county, and city level decision makers where you can have the most impact. Having some state level guidance to help inform and update planning requirements to acknowledge and try to align these timing issues. And then helping to improve the housing water nexus in decision making. So a launch pad from which you can make further recommendations, further decision, further guidance. So sort of the beginning of the conversation. And then the main goal is having these conversations early, having them frequently, getting the right people at the table. And then obviously this should lead to enhanced drought resiliency. The last thing that we want with the increase in affordable housing and all of that messaging is to put affordable housing in a place where the water supply may not be sustainable, because then it is no longer affordable. Water is expensive if you have to create it. So making sure that all of these issues are really aligned before we invest heavily into a type of infrastructure, housing, that cannot easily be removed in the same way that maybe certain crops can be taken out of production. But once you've built houses, you can't take them away. Obviously, from an equity and affordability lens, these are really big. These are some of the biggest considerations when it comes to both housing and water. Is it going to get to everybody who needs it, and is it going to be affordable? And how do we consider these implications for domestic wells and for small water systems, as well as the larger municipal suppliers? And that would be maybe a good nexus with the infrastructure conversation that we were talking about. All right, so who could do this work? We actually already have made some progress on some of these conversations. So academic partners, as Julie was saying, we've had some conversations with the Luskin Center at UCLA, who kind of focuses on some of this research. Other bodies, it could be an advisory body or a steering group. It doesn't seem like something that we would need in perpetuity. Could be some sort of short-term, single-purpose pulling together of key interest groups. Potentially, community-based organizations could do this kind of research. Private consulting firms as well. And then alignment with other initiatives. I mean, there's so many of the various regulations and rules do allude to there needing to be coordination between land use and water. That is outlined in almost all of this. It just isn't actually happening in any sort of meaningful way that at least that we are seeing on a big scale. So it aligns really well with existing requirements. And it could be also informative for the guidelines that are being developed for water, general plan water element. Is that... Okay. So next steps. First, we would basically need to figure out who would be leading this work. And seeing if who from the DRIP maybe want to continue to be involved in some sort of advisory role. And then developing things like process flow charts, incentives and best practices, especially for early involvement with groups like the LAFCOs and the TSAs, and then training and guidance to regulatory agencies. Especially, I like the idea of developing templates for improved collaboration. Basically, just, here's the people you need to include, and here's how often you need to talk to them, and here's when they're doing their work and when you're doing your work. A lot of it is fairly consistent around the state. Obviously, the challenges are based on like who's got the money and the time to do this kind of work. But it does seem like it really isn't. It isn't an overwhelming role that we're requesting. And again, funding, there's a lot of grants that could cover this type of work if there's no agency or organization who wants to self-fund it. Monitoring, engagement metrics, getting public feedback, technical quality, that's a kind of funny term. I don't think I read that before. Technical quality metrics represented the number of basically who's in the room. And then what are the results and are they actionable? So with that, the comments, yes, just a lot of talk about integration and, technical quality metrics. And yeah, a wide array of interest groups. I think that that's really key because we do want to make sure that we're not leaving anybody who's really critically important to the conversation out, because it's really necessary that everybody who has a piece of this pie is involved to make sure it's the guidelines are successful. So with that, are there any questions or discussions on this? Start with you.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. I think it's super timely, and for California, especially housing and water kind of go hand in hand and are two really big hot button items. I think one element that I would love to see more of in here is as one of the participants, inclusion of actual developers that are creating the projects and understanding more of what are the drivers of why they put projects where they do and their considerations in the process as the doers. In addition to, planners and water agency folks, I think the developers themselves are really interesting to include in the conversation.
I think that is a critical interest group when we're talking about housing, because it really, in most cases, it's not like the government who's developing the housing, it's private developers. So I thank you. That is a very good point. Paul?
Yeah, thanks. I think this is one, microcosm of what we're dealing with sort of the need for additional housing and growth.
Yeah.
And had me thinking about a lot of what we've been talking about with drought is sort of some legacy issues. We're talking about let's say, roles responsibility for dry wells. That's sort of legacy leftover issues from previous droughts, and we know when the next droughts, we're gonna have trouble with dry wells, small community systems. Tim's point's well taken. Really had me thinking about where new, residents are gonna be situated, whether they're small community systems or private wells. Are they gonna be placed in locations that are not going to be resilient for the next drought? And that ties into land use planning and evaluations, and this kind of ties into that on one element on the state's targets for affordable housing, but it brings up a larger issue, and maybe this, what I'm kind of getting at is maybe this topic is a larger topic on future housing and residences. This would be a component, but where land use and well permitting is made. And we've tried to address that a couple of years ago during the drought, as you recall. And there was executive order and some proposed legislation that the administration proposed to try to minimize some impacts where well permitting was made, about where ag wells were permitted near domestic wells. And I think conversely, like where, residents are placed, domestic wells in locations that may not be, reliable in foothill areas. And I think those need to be taken into account. So I think this issue about where homes are placed in places where water supplies are not reliable needs to be probably discussed.
Yeah.
Because that's sort of like preventing future problems. We have a legacy of problems we need to deal with right now. And so I think this is one piece is really good, but I think this scratches the surface on a larger one. And the issue about well permitting decisions, particularly for ag wells in proximity to domestic wells, was something that was, dropped, and it was kind of talked about with the counties and other associations that this would be a forum to talk about it, and it has not been brought up yet. So I'm reintroducing it to bring back up, and this may be the right work group to talk about it.
Those are all great points. I think some of what you were talking about actually will be Natalie's going to talk about, because you're totally right. This is a really, really big issue, and there are lots of strings attached to it. And so this is sort of one. Natalie's going to talk about another, which gets a little bit more to the designing, like where can you put the homes? Where should you put the homes? Don't put them where there's already water supply challenges, that sort of issue. And I think on the issue of, wells and the impacts they can have on surrounding water supply, we haven't really talked about that at this level, but there's a lot to be done.
We have a report on that, so we
Yeah.
can share that.
I could talk to you a lot about it. We've just updated our well ordinance and added all these factors based on that. So yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm so glad that this group is talking about the nexus between water and housing. And I agree with a lot of the comments that have been said. But one thing I did want to make sure that I brought up is I think there's also an opportunity to strategically place housing in communities where we need to build economies of scale and bring in other folks to help contribute to build and fund better infrastructure so that those communities can be sustainable and thriving into the future. In my former role as state director for USDA Rural Development, I spent a lot of time traveling throughout California and meeting with rural communities and talking to them about the various programs that RD had available to create thriving communities. Housing, water, wastewater infrastructure was always at the top of the list. And many times RD was unable to use the resources they had for housing because of the lack of water and wastewater infrastructure. So I just want to make sure that, while I agree that we need to address legacy issues and make sure we're not sort of recreating that we also don't forget about those existing communities, and that we do help figure out how do we, again, help them be thriving communities, because our rural communities do contribute a lot to to our state and to our nation. And again, I've seen instances where housing developers could pay higher connection fees to help support the local water systems. So I'm excited to continue this conversation. Thank you.
Laura. Me next. Great job. And I agree with Paul on the, the legacy problems. I think we have to look at both of them independently and interchangeably and integrated, because we don't want to be here in 50 years saying those are legacy problems and we're fixing those. So I think we absolutely have to take care of what has happened and make sure that it doesn't happen again with new ones, so that we're planning well from what we've learned from those legacy issues.
Hi, yeah, I just wanted to really appreciate your mention of just affordability from this context. And I think that a lot of the discussions surrounding, like climate change and the impacts that we see are surrounding housing and energy, but you don't necessarily hear that from the context of water quite as much. And I think it's really important in like planning efforts. And so I think that this is just very critical. A lot of what CSAC does is look at affordability from just kind of unseen. We look at it for waste and for energy and water. And so I just think it's really critical that this is brought up. So yeah, really excited about this.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there's a lot to be said for where there were several references to affordability and economy of scale in the discussion. And I think that that needs to be taken into account, because at a certain point, some places, communities are going to need to develop alternative water supplies, even to serve the current population that they have. And adding more people in some ways will just add more people to spread those costs over and make it more affordable. It doesn't usually cost significantly more per unit of water that you're making once you're investing in a big project. So it gets very complicated and very site specific, but I think there are places where that kind of analysis would be really helpful if it was integrated into all of these other planning processes as well. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And I'll just add that, in my experience, communities tend to oppose housing projects when they see that it's a brand new development and yet their needs have not yet been met.
Mhm.
So I think that's an important thing to remember as well.
Yeah.
Can I just say one thing? This is really interesting. I really like the approach on trying to identify, roadblocks or alignment and misalignment. So, sorry, these two things. What you say, the two sides of the coin, right? I just wanted to make a comment, and this more not as a water expert, more like as a resident here, and it's related to affordability and it's related to housing. And kind of, if I were not a water expert, it's like housing is one of the most important problems that we have in California.
Yeah.
And I think that the comment on including developers, I think it is really interesting, because what we don't want is to add more roadblocks to housing. We actually want to try to simplify the process for housing and affordability. And every new regulation, every new problem that we add, if we are the water silo experts only thinking about, hey, water is so important, it's going to be an increase in price for housing. It's going to be an increase in problems.
Yeah.
So I think that's an important thing to have always in mind, that water is really important. It's also interesting to think that we use a lot of water in California for non-housing issues.
Yeah.
So there's always also a thinking on, we can create water for housing in different ways. But thinking about trying to simplify the process instead of trying to be more roadblocks to housing development.
Yeah, I think where I live, water often is weaponized against housing. And I think we really need to find thoughtful ways to redirect that to be like, no, we can't have it all. We just need to really do it thoughtfully and plan ahead. Maybe we can't have it all. I don't want to be overselling this, but it's not as simple as it can be made out to seem when people are feeling very reactionary, especially if they're feeling like their needs aren't being met as it is. So all points very well taken.
All right. Well, thank you. Thanks for a lot of work on developing this recommendation. And I heard you say a couple of times that this is a simple exercise. I think this is foundational, as we heard through the discussion, to be able to intentionally address some of the questions that were just highlighted now, that this is really foundational and important to be able to have the lay of the land. And if you can explain the RENA process, I think we're all the better for it. So public comments before we go to a vote? No. All right. Okay, so the next process is again to finalize this recommendation. And to be completely transparent, we have the supermajority and the simple majority. And given how many are in the room here, I think we're just looking to see if we can build consensus around this recommendation, if there's sufficient interest on it. So in terms of recommendation, in terms of its readiness to be voted on, and then having the final vote, how many here feel it's ready to be voted on? I see everyone with a hands up. All right. Okay, and so with that, for just voting to approve the, yes, question.
Well, I almost put a sort of a
In between?
in between, because I think there are some things that this hasn't figured out yet, like who are the implementers and so forth. So, I mean, with the understanding that those need to still be figured out, I'm a thumbs up, but.
Yeah, and I think that's an important point to remember. I think I mentioned that earlier today when we're thinking about what is a recommendation and how much level of detail we want. I think the principle and the sentiment was we really need to have broad interest representation, hearing from a lot of different voices. I think that's a theme throughout all the recommendations, this idea of creating an advisory or some kind of a work group that really represent all these different perspectives. I think that's a good point to bring up. And with that, just a final vote to approve the recommendation. And I think that's everyone. All right. Okay, great. Thank you. So thanks for sharing and introducing the recommendation. And I think we'll turn it to you, Natalie, to talk about the next one.
All right. Hello, everyone. So as mentioned, we kind of divided this recommendation into two. So the one you heard about from Sierra is really focused on processes and also, I would say, relationships and communication. How are these processes aligning or misaligning? And then how are folks communicating with each other? This second part, 2B, is really focused on data. So what is the data saying about water supply and wastewater capacity? And how is that matching up to housing needs and housing demand, and also the housing allocations that come through the RENA process? For those that didn't get to attend the training that we had on the RENA process, maybe I'll just quickly go over how that works, because it is, I think, a little more relevant to 2B. So there are population projections that are prepared by the Department of Finance. Those are given to the Department of Housing and Community Development here at the state. That then leads to regional allocations that go out to the metropolitan planning organizations. Where there are no metropolitan planning organizations, HCD actually steps in and serves that role. And then from there, those regional entities then distribute it to the cities and counties. So there's kind of multiple steps in this process, but all of it would benefit from having really objective third-party data provided through something like this. So in terms of the scope and the approach, we are talking about conducting an analysis on a regional basis. We note that the region still needs to be defined. In terms of that mismatch that you're hearing about in this section, those metropolitan planning organizations are defined on a regional basis that is different than the regional boundaries that the water entities use. So, something to determine there is how do you translate that data in a way that's relevant for the housers, but also is in alignment with how we collect our water data and do our water planning. In terms of a time horizon, and also on that note, we heard the feedback, maybe start with a pilot. I don't want to skip over that. This piece is a little more ambitious, and that was another reason I think we bifurcated them originally, is that the first one felt very foundational and maybe a little bit more achievable in the short term. And this is maybe a larger effort, but something that we felt was important to continue to pursue. So testing that out on a pilot scale before thinking about statewide data collection. In terms of time horizons, using a 50-year planning horizon to align with infrastructure lifespans and long-term water availability planning instead of the 20-year planning horizon. That's typically what you see in land use planning, like general plans. That's on a 20 to 30-year horizon usually. Equity and small systems, so really giving attention to those small water systems and domestic well communities as part of this, which may face shortages when regional supply appears adequate on a larger scale. Really looking at multiple data sources as we compile this. I won't list them all out, but you can see on the screen what we're thinking about in terms of what those data sources might be. And then for analysis considerations, that thinking about longer and more frequent droughts as part of this idea of whether there is sufficient water supply, and also those land use transitions that we heard about earlier from current ag uses potentially to housing development. And then the potential to enhance regional water capacity through sustainable practices and water efficient housing design, while also balancing water supply needs for healthy ecosystems. Throughout all of this, we really focused on solutions. I want to emphasize that as well. You heard it from Sierra. My background is in housing policy. I really appreciate you all welcoming me into your fold and allowing me to learn more about water policy. But I come at this from the perspective of someone who has dedicated their career to addressing our housing crisis, and certainly view this as a means to achieving that goal, to really understand where water supply is available, where it's not, where we need to find creative solutions. All right. So in terms of the desired outcomes, we hope we can identify where there might be insufficient water infrastructure currently to accommodate those projected housing developments and support early identification so we can get to those solutions early before an issue occurs, and really creating that enhanced resiliency. So informing future discussions about growth in the state. And I wanted to note here that this data would be useful for land use planning generally. When we started, the focus was really on that water and housing nexus. But as noted, housing is not the only water user, and it's not the only thing that's considered when we do land use planning. So just having this data is going to be useful across the board for planners that are thinking about where to grow, how to grow, what kind of uses to put in their communities. And then finally, to that relational piece of improved coordination, this is something that can create repeatable analytical methods for assessing water supply capacity at a regional level and then also within the region. And for this will improve that coordination between housing and water planning. From an equities perspective, this would ensure that all communities, especially those those who are low income or are relying on insecure water supplies, have access to sustainable water. And we expect to engage with community-based organizations to ensure that that is an inclusive planning process. All right. Proposed implementers. As mentioned, we have been talking to UCLA's Luskin Center for Innovation, who is interested in this topic. So we have some interest from a research university. Similar to 2A, there's a desire to have an advisory group that is made up of the relevant entities who are actually doing this work and experiencing potential conflicts in this space. Collaborators would include state agencies, local housing authorities, and local governments who are doing housing planning, along with those regional governments that are part of the RHNA process, and water suppliers and agencies and wastewater agencies, and also community-based organizations and tribes. In terms of alignment with other initiatives, we think that this state policy will support drought resilience, which is the whole purpose of why we're here, and prevent any water shortages and ensure safe, sufficient, affordable water as part of this effort. It also supports initiatives aimed at improving housing affordability, as Sierra mentioned, and supply while ensuring that sustainable water use. Okay. In terms of next steps, so there would be that study to assess actual and projected water supply and wastewater treatment capacity by region across the state eventually, maybe starting with that pilot and then expanding from there, and then comparing those findings with projected housing growth. And then documenting best practices where we're seeing well-coordinated efforts or solutions on how to address any inconsistencies. And then the formation of an advisory group, which would include representation from DWR, the State Water Board, and other relevant state agencies and regional interested parties who could help guide this study. In terms of challenges, there is the need to make sure that it is whatever we come up with is valid and salient for those who would rely on this information, so that it can actually inform future policy decisions and discussions. And so making sure that the methods are aligned with the different interested parties. And in terms of funding compensation, yes, conducting studies requires compensation for those research staff in order to host workshops and discuss methods and communicate about those findings. But we do think there are a variety of funding sources that could help support this initiative. All right. Do I do this part or do I hand it over? Okay. I saw you waiting in the wings last time. So we did hear feedback. Thank you for those who filled out your packets of information on this topic. For the most part, it was positive and really said that this was a necessary activity to ensure alignment between housing needs and water availability. And thank you to those who pointed out SB 72, which was signed by the governor and made some adjustments to the state water plan, which could be relevant. So that is one thing we're considering, is whether this data could be a helpful addition to the water plan, when that process begins. And that, yes, coordination would ensure that there's no redundancy and that those efforts are aligned.
All right, any questions, comments? Yes, please.
Being from the water board and actually being more on the water quality and permitting side for wastewater, I observe that while it makes perfect sense that you're focused on supply, wastewater is sort of a term that's thrown in, but no details. And so I would encourage you, I don't know who was on the working group. Of course, this is my first DRIP meeting and I was not on the working group. I don't know if any of my staff were or anyone from a wastewater agency, but I would encourage you to not give wastewater lip service and include that really robustly in this process, because they often go hand in hand when we're looking at infrastructure needs for drinking water, similar needs on the wastewater side. But, you know, you flush it and you forget it.
Yeah.
And people don't pay as much attention on the wastewater side. So just that would be my only suggestion.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thanks. In going through the proposal, I can't help but think so certain, water agencies and wastewater agencies for all their facilities have, a capacity or a max capacity of their infrastructure. And often when developers look to propose, a new development, their impact studies and that sort of, assessment on the impacts. So I'm curious, for this study, who do you imagine as like the target audience if at a local level, it does seem like these, local capacities are known?
So I think we were imagining it more in the early planning phases when allocations are done. So just thinking about where capacity exists, where it might not exist. So those, happen a little bit higher up. We mentioned the state level, the regional level, but then also we mentioned, where there might be a mismatch, like early identification, that maybe more supply is needed so that planning process can start. As Sierra mentioned, that takes a lot longer and it's on a longer time frame. So the earlier we can identify that, the less chance there is that there would be a timing mismatch.
So would you see the pilot almost developing a methodology that others could then use for future analysis in advance?
Yeah, that was the idea is, this is ambitious. So let maybe start smaller with the pilot, make sure, we have something that is replicable, and then it could be, taken statewide where appropriate. If it's something that actually would be helpful for the state water plan, then maybe that's the appropriate venue to think about it on a larger scale. But just to start, we can do it at the pilot level.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm sorry if I didn't catch this, but I want to make sure that when assessing the water supply, we're also taking into account and consideration water supply that's not just like a limited amount, but also contaminated with whether it be nitrates or other contaminants, and also taking into account water systems that are at risk or failing. And so really just making sure that that's included in this study.
Yeah, thank you. I think we mentioned safe water in passing, but that's an important thing to emphasize here.
Any other comments? All right. Karen, I just want to come back to the wastewater comment that you made, because we do want to see if we can approve the recommendation. So if you have any thoughts about how to incorporate that, or were you suggesting taking it out? I just want to make sure that it's no, right. So
No.
anything that we need to kind of like add or clarify to just address your comment.
I would just lean into it, make sure, it was mentioned there was a desire to include wastewater in the collaborator groups. It just, everything read water supply with nothing about wastewater. So just encouraging you to lean in and consider both
Okay.
as part of the process.
All right.
And by the way, the Luskin Center is in the process of developing for the water board, a wastewater needs assessment. So they can provide, they do both that, and they also created the process for our drinking water needs assessment. So they can be a helpful nexus for you if that's who you're going to be working with.
Okay, that's terrific. All right. I just wanted to clarify that and make sure. Go ahead.
That's really interesting. Thank you. I just wanted to add one point. I'm not sure if this would be this comment for now or for later in the process. But when you say about capacity study of water, I was just wondering if you are mentioning or you are meaning about what would be new water, which is new water developments like new supplies, I mean, that's my question, and my comment would be, I mean, you could always also consider available water. I mean, any agricultural water is available for use. If you can get into trading agreements or other things. Of course, that has trade-offs. But what I mean is that it's a big difference if you are just considering new capacity, new water infrastructure, which will be costly and complicated and a lot of time, versus, and that's quite common, there's ag to urban transfers for new developments, which in many cases might be easier and faster and even cheaper. I'm just bringing that up. I mean, and of course, there's trade-offs. So you will have less agriculture. But I think it's an important consideration because new water, as someone said earlier, takes many, many years to produce.
I think that's an important consideration when you get to, potential solutions. If there is a mismatch, what does that solution look like? Is it the creation of new water? Is it a redirection of existing sources?
And in your presentation, I think there is a point about the fact that you're bringing in an advisory group to work on it because the methodology and the definition is going to be particularly important to be able to produce any results. So to your point, Alvar, about, how are you defining what you're looking at and what you're studying is going to be an important part of this development. All right. Go ahead.
Yeah, just one more kind of consideration, and I'm curious what your thoughts are on in terms of looking at the capacity of water and housing, the impacts of housing density in a region and the types of planning and development that might be studied just because of the correlation between, density and lower water use per unit and the different mix of people and water that it could support.
Yeah, I think that's an important consideration. Obviously, not all housing is equal or the same. So I think, as we think about, is there enough for housing, really being clear about what that means to the point about definitions and what the study includes. That would be a great inclusion of breaking it down based on housing type.
Well, these were all really important comments that really talks about lead to the complexity of this analysis. So I think that's really important. Looking to see if any other comments, no other comments. Anybody online? No one online. Okay. All right. Well, thank you. We're going to vote. I really appreciate the presentation and again, the work of the work group. So yeah, if there are no other comments, just in terms of readiness, do you feel that you've seen all the components laid out with enough detail that explain the intent and the desired outcome? Readiness vote, anyone? Thank you. All right, we have everyone. And with that, just a final vote on the recommendation. And that's everyone. All right, okay. Well, thank you. Thank you to the work groups, the co-lead of all three recommendations. I think a hand would be appropriate at this time since we got all our three recommendations. Yeah, so thank you, everyone. I think this was really an important discussion. And again, as we've done with the recommendations to date, I'm sure that we will follow up and see how these recommendations develop. So we're at 3:11 right now. I think it'll be a good time to take a short break. And then when we come back, we'll get into the discussion about what's coming up in 2026. So why don't we come back at 3:26-ish. Let's come back. And we'll definitely start by 3:30. I find the afternoon break always takes longer than we allocate for it. So yes, and please enjoy all the candy and the fruit and all the nice snacks. All right, do we have everyone back and we can just continue on? All right, so we have a little more than an hour left for this conversation. And so I want to start the discussion just acknowledging our diverse participation, the fact that we're having conversations on complex topics and that we get to really come together and hear from each other, learn from each other. And we also view these topics and issues with very different lens. And so that really just broaden up our ability to have these conversations. So community-based organizations, tribes, public members, environmental perspective, ag, local government, water suppliers, academia, state agency, just really appreciate the fact that this past 3 years, we've been able to tackle topics and have conversations that really allowed us to learn from each other. I'm going back to the slide that Glenn started with earlier. He talked about some of the kind of the challenges and key topics that we've been grappling with. And I think those key challenges around focus, implementation, and complexity really informed as we were trying to figure out how to kind of reshape next year. You'll see that we've really tried to kind of like tap into those issues and see how we can address them process-wise. But just to acknowledge that as we've done our work together, we evolve and accomplish things both in terms of our process and how we work together and in terms of our deliverables. So in 2023, we convened. We got to really get a sense of the diversity of perspectives, what everybody brings to the table. We've identified a lot of different topics to cover, and that led to the first set of focus areas that we worked on in 23. In 24, the process evolved a bit, and we started using the work group process to really make sure that we have time to discuss and develop the specific recommendations. So our process evolved from coming together and just brainstorming to now being a lot more intentional in giving different members an opportunity to participate in key discussions. And based on that, we approved the 6 recommendations. We initiated discussion for focus areas in 2025. We also identified the cross-cutting themes, that those were areas where we felt we didn't necessarily need to work on specific recommendations, but we wanted those threads running through all the recommendations. So that was the climate change adaptation, nature-based solutions, and equity and outreach. So as we're working through the different topics, we want to make sure that we address that. And that is very specifically part of the template and the recommendation template, to consider that explicitly. And this year, we're acknowledging that the issues have become very complex, and that it's really important to engage subject matter experts to really look outside of the DRIP collaborative as we're thinking about both understanding and addressing the questions that we're interested in. So we kind of expanded to really incorporate those SME presentations. We also, in terms of process, started talking about our work in terms of the inform, complement, and lead framework, really thinking and being very strategic about, is this topic something that we need to learn about? Is this a complement where there are opportunities to engage and provide feedback and influence other related initiatives, or is this a place where we really develop a recommendation? So again, really just evolving how we work together and how we really think about what is the impact that the work of the collaborative has. And so, excellent, we have 3 recommendations. So that's great. Put maybe, but I'm really very happy that we are moving forward. And based on what we heard today, there are definitely places where these recommendations are going to move forward. So very excited about that. So we also had an opportunity to see what the complement approach is with the example that Julie talked about earlier as one of our deliverables. So this is where we are in terms of both evolving as a group and how we work together, but also what it is that we're developing. And so now we're thinking through, okay, so given where we are, how can we dive more into the topics of the day, coming back to that emergency, the 4 quadrants of how do we balance the emerging need, the urgent needs, what needs to be done now, but also having that long-term planning direction. So we'd like to suggest some kind of key things to consider as we move into this year, some things that we want to, again, adapt, evolve, change. As a reminder, a statement of purpose that we are here to work together, identifying challenges and facilitating proactive state planning and coordinating pre-drought preparedness, emergency response, and post-drought management. These are those 4 quadrants. And that especially as we're going into the coming year with the potential for a second consecutive year of drought, what do we really need to work on moving forward? So some of the changes to highlight, in terms of the virtual work group meetings, we are going to shift away from work group process. We're not going to have the BKA requirements. That means that we no longer have to vote on a work group, have a quorum for discussion and any decision making. So we can have a lot more fluidity and be able to convene members to address the various topics a lot more smoothly and easily. And we hope that this will really lead to more productive discussion moving forward. We also hope that in the coming year, we can identify some areas that we can focus on more in depth. This really addresses that focus question that we had in 2023. What should we work on? Well, this year we really want to focus on and do more deep dive in terms of how we work together on a couple of different areas. And so that's an opportunity to do more than the ideation and the recommendation process that we've been to, but really influence and engage with the actual content. So we'll talk about that in a minute. Expand participation. We've seen that bringing in subject matter expert really just allow us to have much stronger, much better conversation, more informed discussions. So we'd like to really expand that. In terms of deliverables, I think Paul mentioned earlier in the morning that beyond developing recommendations, there is an opportunity potentially to have issue papers or white papers or some other ways of actually sharing findings based on our discussions. And as always, this is not a new thing, but this continued to be a thread that I think is particularly important, that this is a member-led process. So we talked today about ideas that have not developed quite into a recommendation, but there are going to be opportunities next year to continue and engage on some of these ideas and discussions based on your interest and participation and just motivation to really follow up on some of these ideas. So some things to think about in terms of what will guide the work that we do together, some principles around that. So we've seen a lot of the ideas that were developed this year. The regional perspective is particularly important. So we want to focus on strengthening local and regional capacity and response, improving drought preparedness, management, resilience, We want to make sure that we're leveraging expertise. We want to be mindful of your capacity. So as we're thinking about what it is that we want to work on, we want to be also mindful of what is of priority that we can really focus on, because there's so much to do and so limited time. In terms of scoping, coming back to that, and I'll talk about that a little bit more. We want to make sure that we balance short-term actions versus that long-term planning. As always, we're thinking about the value add. A lot of work is being done on many of the discussion topics that we're working on. What is it that the DRIP can be a value add, can inform and improve on work that is being done? How can we maximize our impact as a task force? And we also want to be flexible. Thinking about this morning, the discussions, the forecasting presentation, we don't always know what's going to happen. So as time moves on, we want to make sure that if emergent needs, if there are emergent needs, that we are able to pivot and address questions and issues that are coming up. And lastly, in terms of coordination opportunities, when we're thinking about the topics that we're taking on, this kind of short list comes from all the recommendations and that we've already worked on, that we're always looking for opportunities to coordinate among agencies, organizations, and sectors. We're looking at different beneficiaries, that we're looking at old, current, and upcoming efforts and programs. What are we building on and what are we creating new because there are gaps? Considering the hydrologic cycle as we're thinking about the scale, and also looking at different issues that we're working on and how they show up at the local, regional, and state scale. So things to consider as we move into what's on our agenda next year. So I think this is something that Glenn talked about earlier today as we're looking at the response, recovery, mitigation, and forecasting. We hope that we can spend majority of our time in the response or recovery place, forecasting, and also thinking about continuing to think about the long-term planning. So here we go. If drought conditions persist, we'll need to focus on response and recovery. That's important and urgent. That's the focus. With some thinking about forecasting and monitoring, that continues to be important. And then as we're able to thinking about the multi-year planning, that we don't want to lose sight of that. So what we did is we looked at the topics, and you have kind of a summary sheet in your agenda documents of the key topics that we've been tackling, and like to propose, and I'm gonna let both Paul and Glenn in just a minute talk a little bit more about it. But our thinking is that for the near term, there is an opportunity to come back to the roles and responsibilities and drought indicators and metrics. When we approved those recommendations, part of it was that we were going to, as those are developed, that we will be bringing them back to the DRIP to consider and continue and work through. And we feel at this point, given where we are, that there more work that needs to be done on those, and maybe there is an opportunity for us as a DRIP to really work through that next year. And so these are two areas that we want to explore with you as an opportunity to do that deep dive next year. And we also have the topics, the ideas that we worked on this year, and that maybe there is an opportunity for us to continue and work through as well. So deep dive topic, and also topics that we need to continue and develop and work on as time and interest allows. So I'm going to pause that and just give you, Paul, an opportunity to talk a little bit about the roles and responsibility topic and the opportunity to engage on that, and then we'll go to that.
Thank you. So one of the considerations was the thinking about what topics here are not being covered by other processes. And looking at just the capacity of the program here, the staff, and in the program here, that what we would spend our time on is sort of a work group, DRIP work group entity that would focus in on, knowing that if there are other functions going on that we covered, and let's say recharge as a component, we can still capture that through, let's say, the Floodmar network and the other activities, and keep informing the DRIP collaborative on those other efforts. So we don't want to lose any of the activity. So the first one, you know, and this is one where there isn't really a structure and process in place, and we've been grappling with this one for a long time on roles and responsibilities on dry wells, and a lot of locals are also dealing with it too, and it's a unresolved issue. So going into this was something we've been talking internally a lot about what's really the thing, I think, or you asked, like, that's keeping us up worried a lot. And this is one. We have, you know, over 1,000 homes without, you know, that have dry wells. Water board spending, what?
$2 million a month.
$2 million a month. You know, and we've had 2 pretty average years following a wet year. So, you know, what's going to happen when the bottom drops out and we get dry, and we're going to have upwards of another 1,000 wells that are going to go dry, and we're not going to have the financial means to, you know, to help support those homes and those families and communities. So we need to address this as quickly as possible. So this is something that we'd like to propose that we really focus in on and hone in on. And I think something that between the agencies, we're going to work internally and maybe lead. And this is really where I think something that, you know, going back, and I know as someone that's been on a well for 30 years, that going back 6 or 7 years ago, you know, it was pretty well established that you were on your own. You know, there wasn't, you know, if your well went out, you had to deal with it on your own. But that, you know, up until a couple of years ago, for a lot of good reasons, you know, the state stepped in and really helped out. One, because there was, I think, good moral obligation to do it, and there was financial reasons, financial means to do it. And right now, I think we're looking, the financial means is probably not really there anymore, but the need is still there. And it really hasn't been established who's responsible for addressing this. And I think going back to where it was before 6 or 7 years ago, that people left on their own is I don't think, you know, in the cards anymore. And we need to figure this out between the state, the agencies, and local agencies, between the counties, GSAs, and others. So I think this is something we really should tackle. There's not a solution right now because it's not been established in statute or policy, and that would be a good discussion to have. And I think there'll be different perspectives, and this is where I think having you know, different perspectives come up, and, you know, some pathways to find maybe some solution or some opportunities to get there. And also, I think tied into that, where the counties are going on 552 would also tie into it. So this would be one area I think, at least from our perspective, would be top of the list for us to devote focused resources on a work group to focus in on. So.
All right, and maybe just say a little bit about the process that we're thinking, that there's an opportunity to do that kind of roll up your sleeve workshop or convening, or a way for people to really come together.
Yeah, so I think between we were thinking us and the board, would help coordinate this. And again, pulling together, you know, a broad spectrum of local agencies, nonprofits, other, interests, RCAC, Community Water Center and others, to have a roundtable on this, on perspectives. And then, you know, I think not having, Bagley Keene would really afford a lot of good discussions going on and a lot of good, sharing of information. And we can do this pretty nimbly, and through a lot of virtual workshops and other sort of venues to really exchange ideas and formats. So we can explore those opportunities, you know, in I think a real nimble way. So that's sort of the plan.
Yeah.
So.
Yes, it'd be good to know any initial thoughts, both in terms of the DRIP spending time on this next year, and if you have thoughts on what that process might be to make it, you know, an effective process, that would be great. Yeah, go ahead, Sue.
I don't know how I'll make it an effective process, but I'm very much supportive of this. You know, as a county, I was one of the people who recommended that this be a thing a couple of years ago, because this is an issue that we're grappling with. You know, our wells go dry and they think that we have money, and we're like, well, we don't have any money. The state has money and the state doesn't have any money, or if they do, it takes 2 years to get the contract, and then you have to figure out where the hauled water is going to come from. It's a lot. I would love to have more in-depth conversations, have a little bit more freedom and how these conversations are run. I think that bringing in some other groups, certainly, you know, having the State Water Board and the Safer folks and hearing about their guidelines that they've been working on would be really helpful as well. And I also feel, as particularly when it comes to well permitting and domestic wells going dry, that there's a lot that can be done on the permitting side to kind of, we could bifurcate this problem into like the existing wells. And like, we need to figure that out, but we really need to stop issuing well permits in places where this is a problem without doing additional mitigation. So we've changed, based on our SB 552 work, the Santa Cruz County, in our fractured granite areas, we have changed our yield requirements for getting a well permit. So if you cannot meet much stricter yield requirements in those areas, you're very limited on your what you can do. And that was because we're very worried about at some point being handed the entire bag of all of the domestic wells that are running dry and finding out that we are responsible for them. So I think that there are some good examples from other places as well that could be learned from. So I'm very supportive of continuing this conversation and trying to dive a lot deeper than we did when we addressed this the first time around.
I support this work as well, and I kind of building on what Sierra just said, I wanted to suggest that maybe not to complicate things further, because I know just sorting out the roles and responsibilities is complicated enough, but the infrastructure piece for those small and vulnerable communities, that is a different, maybe longer term issue, but that needs to be part of this, it seems like, because it's not just domestic wells, but other communities that don't have sufficient capacity. And how SB 552 work that the counties are doing now folds into that. I see that piece as definitely a part of the discussion.
Yeah, and I think on both counts kind of fits into where I see the work groups going, that it's these topics are not going to be one-offs, that the work groups may be somewhat standing committees on some of these topics on maybe an ongoing basis as these topics evolve into, let's say, future considerations, or, you know, small systems and other sort of things as we get into the issues, and it may involve feeding in some of the land use issues. So I think as we tackle this, we may frame it out into a broader topic that will focus on one facet. And we can have a real good conversation that may tee off into other pieces, and then we can feed, you know, a white paper on a specific topic to the DRIP collaborative for discussion and vetting. But these issues are going to be very dynamic and they're going to evolve over time. So this would be a venue to, you know, really dive into the broader topics of these things on an ongoing basis, especially if they're not really resolved by any other venue. And this will be the venue to resolve and talk about issues where there isn't another place to talk about them.
I have to go for a board briefing, but wanted to just say that the water board really wants to lean into this as part of this group, and Paul and I are on the same page, so he can speak for us as well. But I think this is a really important topic.
Thank you. Was there anybody else who wanted, did you want to weigh in? I saw it earlier.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you, Paul, for bringing this up. This is a huge priority for Community Water Center as well. And this is something that I know Tian has had conversations with you about. So this is really important. We're really supportive of this. And even hearing just what Tim and Tiara had to say, it just goes to show how important this problem is and how important we need to draw in opinions from the county and how we need to get, you know, Community Water Center who works with local residents. We have to get all these different perspectives because this is such a complicated issue and it's long overdue that we bring in all these different voices together to figure out a solution. So I just want to say I'm very supportive about this.
Excellent. Go ahead.
One more thing, and maybe Karen, before you run off, another group that I feel like could be useful from the state board would be the Division of Drinking Water, the group that oversees the local primacy agencies, because I know a lot of counties have been giving them back recently.
Yeah.
And I think that that is a bad thing from a water management perspective.
Yeah, when I'm here, I'm speaking for Division of Water Quality, the SAFER program, Division of Drinking Water, beyond the SAFER program. Yeah, so we're all in.
She's got it all.
All right. Well, terrific. Thank you. It's good to hear that everyone, well, those who spoke are on the same page to doing a deeper dive next year into it. And we'll think through and work through what that process looks like. And we will present it to you the way we've done it last year. We presented the process to you as we got it off into the new year. So we'll do the same with this. The other, so this is one topic. And then the other topic is the drought indicator and metrics. And Glenn's going to speak to that.
Okay, so as you know, I'm not an actual DRIP member, so I invite Alvar to comment on this, but I was tasked with, if we were to revisit this 2024 Rec 1 and do more work on this in 2026, what would that mean exactly? And I put together a very practical list of next steps, but I want to ground it a little bit in what we're learning. So I mentioned that workshop from August 19th earlier this morning. That workshop was really successful on one thing in particular, which was user requirements. So those breakout sessions, all those people were sitting around thinking, when I wear my hat, here's what I need as it relates to drought indicators and metrics. Where it fell short was actually answering the most practical question, which is, what are the drought indicators? What should be that super list? So in hindsight, what we learned from that was everyone's wearing their own hats. They're applying their perspective, what they need, but what they didn't have is what's possible, right? Because to know what's possible in drought indicators metrics, you need to be a water researcher, you need to be a data scientist, you need to be a comms person, you need all these capabilities. And so what ended up happening was people wrote down one or two indicators, but when you add everything together, it wasn't the full set. Okay, so fast forward to Alvar and his work, the NIDIS team, they're doing a lot of great stuff. This is not a criticism of what's already occurring. Same thing for the NIDIS SoCal pilot. So that stuff is all happening. But we did learn that there are gaps. I think Alvaro would agree with this. There are notable gaps that aren't getting done. And so can we collectively work on these items in here in DRIP to complement what is being done elsewhere? And I think the right framing to think about this is breadth and depth. So to get to the full breadth of what's required, the breadth of all of you in this room representing different perspectives, I think is incredibly useful. So imagine a work group forms very consistent with what the implementation was prescribed in that rec number 1 from 2024. So we're doing exactly what that rec said, but then that group brings back, maybe presents in April, July, or October of next year, what we think the indicators might be. And it could be the full list, could be a prioritized list, and you all comment on that. So what we're trying to really get here is the breadth of this group, the depth of subject matter experts who could contribute to it. Rest assured that we will tap all the necessary expertise outside of this room, but then bring it back in here to tap your expertise in the room. So that would be the goal. So this is just a starting point. It hasn't been vetted. Alvaro, I really welcome you to comment on this approach. What do you think is needed with your work that's ongoing? But yeah, just wanted to try and make it practical of what could be done. So let me pause there. And Alvaro, do you want to open up comments?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Glenn. This is really interesting. I think, you know, as you were mentioning in the recommendation in 2024, we talk about the potential implementation phase. And I think that that's, you know, what it's not happening kind of, right? So I would be, I mean, I'm just reading it kind of for the first time, and I think it's really interesting. It would be good. I think that the most challenging side for all of us, for example, you say in first one, you know, for forming a work group, who is this work group and what's the capacity of each of them, and who will be working and who will be actually developing the work, that, you know, the list of indicators, how to assess these indicators. But, you know, I see an option here, but if I'm understanding correctly, you're saying there's kind of a parallel track, right? There's a work group working on part, and then they come back here to present results and to get like some feedback and potentially to the application of that, right? Is that true, right?
That's exactly right. And Arit later on will show a timeline, just like our 2025 timeline, but how it might work in 2026. But that's very much the idea that there are two parallel tracks, one of which could be doing the work in concert with subject matter experts, but then it gets brought back to this forum for discussion.
Just being, you know, the thing is like what I was saying on the capacity of the work group, and basically it's the funding for the who has to do the work, right?
Yeah.
So that's one of the important challenges or limitations that I see.
Yeah, I think that's perhaps the most important thing. To get this work done, which is substantial, we'll have to sufficiently resource it with funding to get the work done. And I think if we could start this process, hopefully it'll create enough momentum. The partners who are working on it could then find it an appropriate place to get it funded, and we would send that out to try and get the actual funding. Other thoughts? I know this is kind of what's clear from this morning is this keeps on coming up. Drought relevant data, data indicators. This is an important piece, but I think it really comes back to you. Do you think you should be playing a role in this implementation beyond what you already recommended in 2024? Paul?
And I wasn't at the consortium, but thinking about this too, should we also include the gaps of loss of federal data in forecasting and drought data?
Yeah.
Is sort of a initial sort of foundational issue.
Yeah, there's two great comments. I talked to Robin Grimm about this. She's quite keen to have the consortium play some role, whatever is the appropriate role. So there is interest there. But exactly to your point, the why now, what's the urgency? So we don't know what 2026, whether it'll be dry, drought, who knows, we'll see. but there is a gap now. It's not getting solved, and because of what's happening in the federal, it might get a little worse. And so there's a timeliness to this that I think lends itself to 2026. Tim?
To me, the most important part of this is the user perspective, the practical perspective. What's going to be usable? I think that really is the key to this one. And I would just suggest that it would be really important in developing this prioritized list to hear from the users, the various users of the indicators and metrics. I mean, what do they need? What's missing? What do they want? So that would just be my comment on this one, is really almost kind of start from the ground up, to develop that list.
Yeah, I love the comment, Tim. This came up in the workshop. I simplified by saying what's needed, what's possible, but who the audience is, what the decision needs to be informed, what spatial temporal resolution is that, and how do we communicate this? That all came up in the workshop. And so 100%, these need to be super practical. I think the challenge, the tension is, if you add up all the possible indicators, it's like 100, but we need a few. And maybe those few are different for different people, for different audiences. And so that perspective, that breadth perspective, the depth perspective, that's what makes this really hard. We had almost naively thought, because we did a worksheet for that workshop, and we said, hey, write down your drought indicators, because then we'll just compile all the drought indicators. We'll have this great list. Didn't work. Just didn't work. It's just because it's a little bit too complicated to tackle like that. Okay. So we don't need to decide now, but just wanted to make the case. Great.
And I think the discussion and the comments are all very important in terms of the how to and what to think about and what that process looks like. I think the basic question that we're trying to really address with you is that implementation piece. When we developed the recommendations, originally, we said others will do it. We're recommending and others will implement. And we struggled with that a little bit because we wanted it, for some of these, we wanted to own it a little bit more or less. So we're coming back to the question is, if that is not happening at, as advancing and there is an urgency, how can we support these recommendations? And so the real basic question is, do we want to engage in that content, support it, and really focus on it, as opposed to the work that we have been doing, which is identifying the ideas and developing the recommendations. So the how to do it will come next. But I think just generally, do you feel that that would be a good role for the DRIP next year to really do that deeper dive into these topics that we've already identified as incredibly important? Any thoughts about that? More high-level discussion is, should we be doing this work, this deeper dive work? Go ahead.
Thanks. Looking through this, I think, more data, better data is generally always very good. Something that's missing for me is maybe who is the audience? Like, who is this going to be for? And to make what kinds of decisions? Because I think that this looks like it's great to have more data, but it looks like probably be a huge coordination effort. And I just want to make sure that there's kind of a goal in mind of then what?
Thank you. Go ahead, Sierra.
Similar along the same kind of thought train. So, revisiting the first recommendation that we were talking about, that feels very tangible because we've got DWR and the state board saying, you know, you recommended this and we want to do it. We would like your continued feedback. In this case, there isn't like an entity saying like, we really need this and we want you to keep working on it because we think you could contribute more. So it's kind of the same question, like, you know, for whom is this going to benefit if this is an effort on our part, just given the time it will take.
There is the who is it for, and then it seems like there's who's anchoring this
Yeah,
process.
The anchor, exactly.
The anchor. Got it. Okay. Go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, I think, and I wasn't here when this got put together, but I know one of the struggles we have for indicators and data, you know, well, maybe it goes away, but we end up dealing with the national drought forecast, which doesn't reflect Western situations and, you know, California drought conditions. You probably hear from Janine sometimes about the different, you know, conditions in California. Sometimes north is wet and south is dry and droughts not statewide. And how do we describe that with the data? And so I think this is trying to describe that. You know, so I think the audiences is one, you know, besides, you know, agencies with maybe they need that or not, probably not, but I think the general public, trying to explain to them, you know, why they may face restrictions in some areas and why other areas don't, which is also very, very challenging. But then also thinking about trying to help local agencies with maybe also a consistent messaging on drought indicators. So agencies don't have to do it on their own and duplicate data. So to me, I think that was sort of the, I think the genesis of why these drought indicators and trying to, you know, deal with them in a better way, to try to maybe make the complexity of California situation a little bit more understandable, you know, to the public and then down to counties, local agencies. They can use that to better explain in a consistent way, you know, to their constituents, what drought conditions or conditions are going on and why. So if they do have to do, you know, certain things, there's an explanation, so they don't have to reinvent the wheel or do things on their own, and that might save them time, money, and not have to do things. So I think that's one of the intents of this.
Thanks, Paul. Go ahead, Anthony.
Yeah, if I can interject, from my perspective, I see this effort as complementary to the roles and responsibility portion of this, right? Because those that have the responsibility, maybe they don't understand what are the triggers that might indicate when their community or their region, or maybe the state as a whole, is actually in a drought. And it's not clear, right? And so kind of diving into this a little bit more, being a little bit more data centric, might give that opportunity for those entities to take on more roles and responsibilities and more definitive. So I think this is a very complementary topic to go with roles and responsibilities. So I hear Tiffany and I hear you, Sierra, that we didn't have a clear champion, but I don't think that indicates that it's not important that the DRIP shouldn't kind of dive a little bit deeper into this. And then once we do, someone may surface with that. So.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Right, thanks. Sorry, I wanted to check with my colleagues who are working on LCI's Vulnerable Community Platform. As mentioned, it did launch this week, but given the difficulty in defining drought, they are very interested in continuing this conversation next year. And that is to the point about potential audiences and uses, I think a really great use case for this work.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Alva.
So I think that, you know, my comment here is more, I think the challenge with this proposal, I totally support. This is super useful for the state, and to me, this, I mean, I've been working with this, so this is, I think that the challenge or the complication here, I think it's one of the main issues with our group, with DRIP. And the challenge is who is going to implement this and who is going to fund this and who is going to do it. It's us or it's a different entity. So when I see now our recommendation the first year, we're talking about that. There's an implementation plan, but there's no any attachments or like, I don't know how to say it. There's nobody actually taking care that this is going to be implemented. Or even DRIP doesn't have the we are not competent or we don't have the ability to say this has to be done. It's just a recommendation. And I think that one of our weaknesses is like, there's no real, any strings attached to that. And to me, this follows on this thing on like, okay, but who is going to do it? How are we going to be? So it would be great if we could have better, capacity to do it or to, to attach strings to this recommendation. But I don't know, this is the challenge I see here. I think that that's an important thing for California, as many of the things that we're commenting here. But it's more on the implementation phase, how we actually do it and what's the role of DRIP on the implementation. I think that's my comment.
Yeah, and I think that will be an important thing for us to consider between the anchor, the role of DRIP, the capacity, how that all can fit together. That's going to be something to figure out in terms of process and also outcome, what we're trying to get out of it. So go ahead, Paul, and then I think we'll move to the next list.
Yeah, and I think that's a real good point. DRIP's not a governing board and it doesn't have, structure or funding or anything, so it can't do things. But I think the outcome of this, it may be something without commitments, may be something the department may pick up different facets of it, because we do have California Water Watch, and we do have other indicators. And we had earlier presentation on Bulletin 161 that came out, as an indicator. There may be other indicators that come out of this that may be of a department interest or other interest of other DRIP members, or, it may evolve into something else. So I think having this, so there's a potential there. So I think having this process start may lead to something rather than just it be amorphous and, not have something there. So that's why I think there's a lot of value there, including LCI and some others. So, yeah.
And just responding to that, I totally support that, and I'm happy to help on that too.
Okay, so while we're looking to come back and refocus on these two recommendations, we also want to make sure that as we move into next year, we are also following up on some of the other ideas that we've been exploring this year. So we'd love to hear from you as we're thinking about the other topics in the ecosystem impacts, the infrastructure, land use, land repurposing. Where do you see the opportunity to address urgent topics and develop them into next year? And this is just to kind of get feedback. There's no decision. We don't need to prioritize or decide on anything, but to just going to get your thoughts as given where we are this year, what are the opportunities into next year? Go ahead.
Thank you. On the water infrastructure conversation, I was just thinking in terms of vulnerable communities, infrastructure, regulatory flexibility, even potentially long-term infrastructure. Those all may feed into this conversation that Paul and Karen were talking about with the dry wells and just things going on there. So I feel like that whole entire conversation should remain on the table for 2026 and beyond. That's my thoughts. And I'm not really sure that they need to be separated either. I feel like that's one conversation, underwater infrastructure.
Mm-hmm. All right. Yeah, thank you. Go ahead.
This came up in an earlier side conversation we were having, and I'm not sure this is the right venue to beat this particular drum, but thinking about what's top of mind for water agencies, a lot of it is setting rates and the difficulties in affordability that water agencies see, especially, you know, two of KUA member agencies right now are going through rate litigation, and as the need to fund more drought resilient, you know, infrastructure comes into place, those increased needs are going to happen. And especially in drought, if we're encouraging people to use less water, that has an impact on revenues. And also the way Prop 218 is written, we are not allowed to, you know, subsidize for affordable rates. And so it's something that's top of mind for water agencies. I don't know if this is the exact right revenue or avenue for that conversation, but it is something to consider.
As part of the water infrastructure
Infrastructure, yes.
conversation. Yeah, yeah. Thank you. Other thoughts? Go ahead, Carolina.
Well, I'm just gonna obviously come in after that. I was just talking to Tim, and as a water retailer, I have a rate increase coming up December 16th. Prop 218 is extremely difficult and has been very challenging for particularly water purveyors. And I think everybody in this room probably knows this, but water and wastewater costs are exponentially higher than CPI in other arenas, even energy costs. That trajectory is even not as high as the one for water and wastewater, and that has to do with a lot of different things that we don't need to get into. But I think that back to your point, Tiffany, one of the things that I'm struggling with and that we're struggling with is that issue about how our rates need to be structured. And so we actually, because of this very issue, before I go with my new proposed rate structure to my board in December, I am actually spending investment dollars into understanding what are my options in terms of subsidies that are within, that aren't on the backs of ratepayers, but something that as an agency we could do. So to that end, I could certainly bring that back and or into, maybe not here, maybe into a work group conversation about the investigations we did and what works, what doesn't, and that kind of stuff. Thanks.
Go ahead, Sierra.
I would +1 all of that conversation. And then one thing that Paul's conversation earlier, saying like, this is something that we're working on, we'd like my input. It's kind of made me think that there might be other efforts similar to that. We've heard some of the work that LCI is doing. We know DWR is going to be working on the California Water Plan. There's a lot of other bigger planning efforts that this is sort of a pivot that I'm just kind of throwing out there for whoever wants to hear it. But this group might be a really good value add to existing planning efforts rather than us kind of trying to identify gaps that we know from our lived experiences and hoping someone else wants to take them on. If there's a group that's like already tackling big problems and they want to run some of it by us, I think this group would make an excellent sounding board and value added to existing efforts, and it might be some more tangible outcomes that we could achieve given the brain power in this room. So throwing it out there that maybe we could do a little advertising, like if you're working on a big water thing and you want some feedback, come to DRIP.
Yeah, and I'll take a few more comments and then we'll talk about our timeline that hopefully will speak to that need to be flexible and responsive. So go ahead, Caitlin.
Yeah, just echoing what Sierra was saying, especially with the long-term planning and data collection, that was one of our recommendations. From my view, that goes hand in hand with SB 72 that was just passed, which I know was reflected in the comments, and the comments were from me. So I just, wanted to echo that and bring that forward, that we're already seeing how some of our recommendations can go with other legislation and state efforts. And so I think that looking at that and how that can be utilized for other recommendations and beyond, it could be a really helpful tool. So, yeah.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi there. Just wanted to reiterate my interest in continuing the conversation around land repurposing next year and making sure that we continue to consider agricultural landscapes as with this group, recognizing the really acute impacts that agricultural water users have in times of drought, and that now is a great time to be thinking about how to lessen the impacts and make it a smoother transition, particularly where you do have longer term in addition to short term demand reduction needs. And so I think there's a lot of areas where folks can weigh in and a lot of benefits to be had towards thoughtful land repurposing planning, even thinking about things like vulnerable community wells, taking advantage of stormwater events for groundwater recharge, habitat benefits to be had. There's quite a bit of areas that overlap land repurposing. I think that members of this group, I hope, would be interested in continuing the conversation and definitely plus wanting the providing input on other big ongoing planning efforts, because I do think that there are many places where a number of the strategies we talk about, but in land repurposing for sure, can be better supported and incorporated in some of those ongoing planning efforts. Thinking about the 2028 water plan, I know CDFA has a climate resilience report that they're collecting comments on. That could be a good place for maybe DRIP members to consider weighing in on, but I think that's a really smart use of this venue.
Great, thank you. Any other comments on this list or any other ideas? I think this conversation really reflects what we're hoping will be our work next year. So you can see we added a line there with the idea that the DRIP collaborative process will continue on, focusing on those two areas that we just talked about, with virtual meetings to really help direct and engage on the two topics and bring that to the DRIP collaborative meetings that we have 3 times a year, and really focus on that. But also, given that there are other topics that are of interest, ideas that we started developing and working on, that to the extent that there is interest to continue those conversation, we'll be able to be more flexible and be able to support discussion on these topics. And when they're ready to be brought up, when they're developed and ready to be brought up to the DRIP, we can then just bring them to our meeting, whether it's for awareness as an inform, or if you're looking for feedback, or if you feel that you developed a recommendation that you want to bring up for discussion. That's all going to be able to kind of flow up into our regular DRIP collaborative process. So really the intent here is just to provide more flexibility, but also allow us to engage more deeply on a couple of those topics that we just talked about. Thoughts, ideas on how to use this process moving forward? Or even, yeah, this is great. That'd be nice too, but thank you. Thanks. Anyone else? Any thoughts about kind of opening up the work group process into more of meetings where we can connect on the different topics that emerge throughout our discussions? All right. Okay. So in your evaluation form, I'm just going to say it now because I know I'll forget it later. At the bottom, please feel free to provide additional ideas or thoughts about how to make next year really effective and impactful for us. And we're going to be really strategizing and thinking through how to take the input you provided today and how to kind of lay out a process for next year. So next step for us, we are going to be working on the annual report, summarizing the work we did this year. We'll schedule a meeting early next year, as we did before, to just kind of share and kind of develop the process as we look into 26. These are kind of the key things that are coming up next. But as we're closing out today, we'd love to just kind of go around and just hear from all of you, either a reflection about the work we did this year, or if there's something that you are very excited about for next year. So we'll go around. You can say skip, or you can share your thoughts. Anyone who wants to start, so I don't have to go to the first people here. That's always very, that can be annoying if you're the first one. But if anybody wants to start, and we can just go around. Thank you. Go ahead.
I think my aha or just realization today that I had in prior ones is that the problems are so big individually. And I think I kind of knew that, but today I like realized it, that they're just too big to tackle in one year, or in one proposal, or in one idea.
Great, thank you. So Alvar, you're next.
Hi, thank you so much to everyone. It was really great to be here again. And, I think it's always super useful and to see all these perspectives on things that we enrich each other. And it's great to have you. And I had to go because I'm going out with the weekend with my family. So they're waiting for me.
Thanks, Alvar. Go ahead. Yep.
Yeah, I just want to thank the development team for putting this together, and I'm looking forward to next year. And I appreciate that this group is continuing to evolve and adapt and figure out how we can be most effective together. So really excited about the proposals to shift a little bit on how we're working together. Okay, I'm next. I've only been to 2 of the DRIP collaborative meetings this year, and I don't know if I will be here next year, if it'll be someone else as they're filling Catherine Freeman's position. But I've really appreciated this opportunity to work with you all and learn a lot, and just discuss all of these important issues. And echoing what Laura said, everything is just, talking about it at this scale really brings a light to how big all of these things are. And it's hard to come up with ways to tackle them and recommendations, but it's really great and inspiring to be with you all and see what great ideas are come up with. So yeah, thank you all.
Oh, well, thank you for everybody's input and their commitment to being here. I think I am excited that I have the privilege to come back next year, and I'm very excited about the things that we have, opportunities we have to get some things done. I too am excited about the new approach that we're taking. I do think that will allow for us to move the ball, so to speak, and then the opportunity about the parallel timelines, I think is great, so that nothing's left behind, right? And that we still have that opportunity to go back and see, hey, how are we progressing with those things that we talked about in 2024? How, and to continue that movement. So that's it for me. See you guys next year. Thanks.
This is my first DRIP meeting, so it's been really great to, meet all of you and see face to face some people that I've met over Zoom, and also just hear everyone's expertise. And so I'm really appreciative of that and having the opportunity to. Hopefully I get to come back. I don't know if I will. Hopefully, we'll see. Or if it'll be someone else with CWC. But I'm really excited to continue hearing about the work that DRIP does and the recommendations that we voted on, and also the roles and responsibilities that Paul mentioned. So really just excited to see what the future for DRIP holds.
First and foremost, no offense to anybody in this room, but Janine Jones's presentation here will forever be my favorite. And her reminder that NOAA's projections are what they are will always be refreshing to me. So I always look forward to that. Some other takeaways for today, just hearing that 56 counties enrolled in the SB 552 program, that was also refreshing as well. And I hear the prior epiphany about tackling big topics here, but also the fact that we're willing to take them on. That's the reason why I'm here. And so I really am encouraged by that. So
thank you. I always think it's time well spent. So thanks.
Yeah, really just, appreciate everyone's ongoing commitment. I know this is a big time commitment for everyone. Also really looking forward to the pivot and more focus on the domestic wells next year. Really, that's an area that I know that we at Kelly PA and the water boards and DWR want to lean in. So looking forward to that work. Thanks.
First, thank you for indulging my sermon today. I hope that I didn't mean to kind of go off on that tangent, but I really look forward in the coming year to especially the work on the infrastructure pieces that may be long term, but I think as to the extent we can fold those into the roles and responsibilities discussion, maybe we can make a lot of good progress on that as well. So that will be really central to my work outside of DRIP, and as someone who has found it very challenging to give sufficient time to this, and leaving a couple of work groups kind of leaderless, which I feel very guilty about. I to the extent we can work those into other things that we're doing, and I can incorporate my other work into what DRIP is doing, so much the better. So that's my hope for next year.
All right, this is my first, and I think possibly only DRIP meeting, but it has been really great to kind of spend the day with you all and hear about the progress you have planned for next year. I think my only feedback would be it was great to have the side conversations with folks. I think one of the draws of being part of the collaborative is to be in the room with everyone else here. And so maybe in the future, if there were like more planned breaks or something to do some internal breakout sessions or networking groups, I feel like that would be really great for the people in the room to build more of those organic relationships. And maybe larger font sizes on the slides would be pretty good. But yeah, I've been really impressed with all work you guys have been doing and looking forward to seeing what you guys come up with next year.
Well, most of what I was going to say has been said. I mean, I really appreciate coming here. I really appreciate that some of the issues that we're talking about here, like looking at the state level, it's the same issues that I'm working on every day at my desk, especially when it comes, this last year has been really focused on small systems and domestic wells. So, I also just really appreciate that, I'm a mid-manager at the second smallest county in the state, and I still get to participate in something like this. I really appreciate it, and I appreciate kind of getting the opportunity to share my struggles and get input both as part of this large group, and then the side conversations are also really valuable in the relationships we've built. So I'm very much looking forward to next year and continuing what we're working on.
I really appreciate the collaborative nature of this group. This was my first year in DRIP, and it's so unique to get to be a part of something like this and, make decisions with so many different interested parties who we don't normally get to brainstorm with. And Sierra and I have worked very closely, on these recommendations. It sounds like we solved the housing water nexus. So, great. Not continuing to next year. I don't know if I'll be as involved next year. I was chatting with my colleague, Ben McMahon, who's the, brains behind the Vulnerable Communities platform. It might make more sense for him to step back in. He was part of this the year before when that recommendation was first developed. So just wanted to share my appreciation, and especially to Julie and Zoe and the team for doing so much work behind the scenes and really making sure that we're supported and taking work off our plate that makes this manageable. So just a little shout out to them.
I appreciate the opportunity to participate in my first DRIP collaborative meeting. I look forward to engaging in the in-stream flow conversation next year, and I'm interested to see how the other two recommendations, how they turn out.
Yeah, I won't add on to a lot of the things that were said. I agree, but I just want to thank you all for coming here today, and I'm just totally amazed with all the work that's gone into the work groups and the participation. It really shows the importance of this work, and I think the outcomes that we're going to handle that have been done over the first couple of years is going to just build and build and build, that we are going to continue to get traction and really address some of these really difficult things. We're going to chip away at it. These things are enormous, but we're going to incrementally knock these things down and start tackling them. And this is the group that's going to do it through a collaborative way. So I'm really excited to be here with you all, and it was a great day today. So thank you.
This was my first strip meeting, and I just want to say that I really appreciate the opportunity to be here and to collaborate with all of you. I am, as someone that was working in the field during the last drought with frontline communities that were impacted, I'm so grateful that we have this space to be able to be proactive and to try to minimize the impacts for those communities during the next drought. And I see that we have a really great opportunity, not just because of what we're going to be working on, but also because of the passage of Prop 4. I think there's a lot of opportunity to really strategically use that money to address some of these vulnerabilities in these communities. Thank you.
Well, thanks everyone for sharing your thoughts as we're closing out. And just to say, I really appreciate all the conversations. There are complicated, complex conversations that we've been having all year, and it's been really terrific. I personally just think I'm part of an amazing team. Yes. Really enjoy working with Glenn and Zoe and Anthony and Julie. It's really a pleasure to have a team so dedicated to the work that we're doing as you're doing as a DRIP collaborative. So really grateful for that. I don't know if we have any public comment. We need to have public comment to close. Nothing. So yeah, Paul, if you want to close us out.
I think I said my closing comments, and I'll just close by saying thank you all. Have a great weekend, great travels home, and onward. Thank you.